There you go, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'll call this meeting to order. All right, the first order of business is introductions, and I guess Mr. Jake, you're in the hot seat, so you want to tell us everything we need to know?
I don't know if I can tell you that, but I have the privilege of sitting next to the chair, so I'm first. Jake Bettis, cattle rep from Manhattan. Been shipping yearlings the last 10 days. Most of them are all coming in heavy. Price is still good, really good. Just kind of keeps hanging in there. We're short of cattle everywhere. I don't see a lot of replacement heifers being kept, so I would anticipate this market to stay good for a while. So other than that, we're getting ready to wean bull calves and put them in the feedlot and start trying to get cows fat for winter.
Lily Anderson, dairy and poultry representative from South of Livingston. Yeah, we're getting ready to ship our calves. We still have some barley to combine for the milk cows and still working on second cut. So it's going to be a long September.
Redfield beef representative from South of Livingston. Did the preconditioning on the calves in the last week. The hay's been done since September because if you don't at our place, you aren't going to get it put up. And things are just going along. Had a real nice rain on Sunday. Nice to get an inch of rain. So it's making things pretty good. Had to rescue the hunters from the grizzly bear last night. So grizzly bear got between them and trying to get off the hill. And so I ran up and got them. They showed up again this morning, so they're not deterred much.
The hunters or the grizzly bear?
The hunters showed up. I don't know what grizzly bear.
I'll bet he's not far.
No, and he was a big one. I mean, he almost looked like a yearling kind of standing out there in the field. I got a kid sent me a picture. Said, "Should I shoot him?" I said, "That's up to you. What do you got?" He said, "My pistol." I said, "Don't just wound one. That'd be." I said, "If you're gonna go to jail, you might as well make sure it's done right."
Yeah. This is being recorded, you know.
No.
This is a lot like that guy at Yellowstone Park yesterday when I mentioned something to him. He was, I can't say that.
William Kleitz, Officer Swine Representative, Augusta, Montana. We're in the midst of seeding winter wheat. We had a nice rain yesterday morning, about 7 to 8 tenths. And we shipped cattle last week and they weighed up pretty heavy and track testing was excellent. In the pig world, pigs are still 78, 79 cents, and these prices usually don't stick around too long, but this year it's looking good. The futures are good, and it's very, very, very promising.
That's good to hear because if the pork stays up, that helps the alternative price of the alternative protein for beef producers. So, Gene Curry, cattle rep from northern Montana, Valere, and we had enough rain yesterday morning that you could see it on the deck. The deck was damp, and my son was seeding by the time we got to light sulfur yesterday, coming down, and we're still seeding winter wheat. We've got canola yet to combine, and just a smidgen of barley, the few little patches. The hay's all baled. All the bales are picked yet. It's still, we did have a little shower. We've had, I think we had a half inch out there where I'm seeding winter wheat. So, and it was kind of localized. So it was, that was good. We're not quite done winter wheat, but anyway, calves sold Monday, and they sold well.
Right where I told you they were.
Yeah, right when Jake, because I saw Jake Saturday and asked him what they were going to bring, and he hit it within a penny, I think.
Wow.
So it sold for February delivery. another year or two of that price, and I think that'll heal up pretty good. And I don't know, it's still fairly dry. There's water issues up in our country. A lot of the guys, I saw a neighbor last Saturday fueling up, and he had a roll of black pipe on the back of his pickup. And I said, well, I guess I probably know what you're doing there. Yeah, trying to get water to some of the pastures. And so there's guys hauling water. There's guys had to move cattle because of the black water. There's I think between East Glacier and Browning, there's one pothole that has water in it, and there's one just over the railroad tracks that 20 years ago, a family, I think there was 8 people, 8 in a car that went into a lake there along the road, and all 8 of them drowned, and that is bone dry. They wouldn't even have mud. They would be able to drive through that pond if they'd have drove off the road today.
Wow.
So it's quite different than it was. So with that, I guess I'm going to ask for approval.
You have Eric on.
Oh, is Eric? You are there. All right. I'm sorry I wasn't watching the screen. Eric, you want to give us a update? Introduction?
Sure. Eric Moore, cattle rep from Miles City. Not a lot new. We actually kind of dried up a little bit in September, which we kind of needed to get some harvesting done. But we've had lots and lots of rain. Choppers are kind of going full bore, and not any calves moving yet, but a lot of yearlings moving, as was alerted to earlier, referred to. There doesn't seem to be any top in the cattle market. The yearlings in Miles City yesterday were probably 10 to 15 higher than the week prior, with the index actually off 3. So the cash continues to outpace the paper. Did have a kill and frost in the extreme eastern part of the state, east of Baker and into the Dakotas. That'll probably affect the corn basis a little bit in this part of the world, because a lot of that corn wasn't ready to combine yet. So there'll be, what they didn't get chopped, there'll be a lot of light corn on the market, which will kind of change our feed costs a little bit going out here. But other than that, we're had a good year like everybody else.
Okay, thank you, Eric. And I'll just say that I'm disappointed that you weren't able to make it yesterday on that tour, because you would have enjoyed it. I think it was quite valuable. So we'll probably talk a little bit more about that a little later. So with that, I'm going to ask for approval of the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes.
Okay, we have a second. All right, we have a second by William. Motion by Alan. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. That's like the chair is empty up there. So, okay. And I guess I don't know where do we have an update on that tour or anything that we'll,
Yeah, we can talk about
maybe
that.
maybe we should wait till Greg gets back, and
Yeah.
so he can kind of get a little highlight of what he missed, but he was not able to attend either. So, all right, we'll just move on and we'll pick that in somewhere.
Yeah, and so I'll make that piece really quick. We haven't had a meeting yet with the governor, so nothing much has changed on the OGSM front. I won't bother putting up the documents. Very similar to what you saw several weeks ago. I can comment on on the dashboards that we track, that you've been seeing first couple of months here of the year, and tracking cattle movement through the commission companies, that's down 1% to 2% over last year, but not significant. So I think still seeing pretty robust activity for our commission companies out there, and a lot of cattle still moving through that way. And so the staff still pretty busy out there. And fall run is coming, if not already sort of here. So we know those numbers are going to pick up quite a bit. We always expect these past couple of years that we'll see that slow down a little bit at some point. just thinking that it has to, but we'll see. I think all of you talked about this morning. I think the factors are all still there for people to keep things moving. So, but at some point we'd have to see. We think we'd have to see some impact. What we're seeing go through our state and custom exempt slaughter plants, very, very typical, again, online for where it was about a year ago, which is still pretty good. If you look back 5 or 6 years ago, either we may be doing a better job tracking animals going through those channels, but still appears a lot more animals going through those channels being sold that way, either through our local state inspected processors or people marketing them live animals to people through custom exempt based on the numbers that are coming in. Budgetarily, you'll hear from Brian. It's still very early in the year, so the budget dashboard really doesn't tell you a whole lot, particularly with our department when a big chunk of our revenue is not gonna show up until February or March when we get into the per capita fee collection time. You'll hear today, the only thing I'd have mentioned when we do have a meeting about highs and lows is going to be, and I'll just concentrate on the lows. There's lots of highs, as always, but one of the things I'll concentrate on the low side, Dr. Szymanski will talk about today that, we've started off this fiscal year, this first quarter of this fiscal year with lots of disease work, and it's cattle, poultry, and horses, and maybe a little bit of dairy just because of the poultry crosses over to the dairy or concerns about it crossing over to dairy. So it seems like almost all of our constituents are getting something to be worried about this fall, as we've seen with the different results we've had and the quarantines and the testing that we're doing. But Dr. Szymanski certainly in her report later today will give much more detailed information on that front about what they're doing. I have a slew of updates to provide you a little bit later here that'll be quick hitters, but things to let you know about. So I won't, I'll stay true to the agenda. But as far as OGSM, we got a cabinet meeting next week. We're just a little bit off cycle with that. And we sort of short cycled this board meeting a little bit. So we haven't, there's really nothing to update since the last time you met, other than what I know is going to change on the dashboards based on the numbers that are getting reported in.
Okay.
Any questions? I'd be happy to take. But
Well, the numbers at the stockyards is still, like you said, I was looking at that in your update, and it just wonders, where they come from. But I think when you look at Montana on the nationwide, it shows our cattle numbers are up a little bit on the inventories compared to a lot of states that are down. Is that kind of what you were saying, Jake? Or?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked at it, dived into it that close. It did surprise me to see that the markets are continuing to put the number of cattle through. I think we've talked about it since COVID. Honestly, since we had the drought, when is it going to slow down? When are our numbers going to go down? We've all expected it to happen, and we just haven't seen it. So it makes you wonder, one, where they're coming from, and two, if it will slow down or won't slow down, and when.
So do we track, and I know we could, but we probably don't track the out-of-state cattle that come through our markets?
As far as the numbers you're seeing on the dashboards, we're not segregating those. Obviously, Sydney, Glendive, that area of the state probably sees more out-of-state cattle drawn over from the Dakotas than others do.
Billings gets a fair number from Wyoming.
Yeah, and so I can ask, and Jay's not in here yet. He'll be here in person a little bit later. But we can ask and see if that's something that the staff can segregate in the system.
It makes a lot of difference.
If they got an origin,
What the numbers are actually.
Yeah.
If they're supposedly going down, why are we still staying there?
Yeah.
We thought 2 years ago we were going to be hurting on it a little bit.
And I'm sure some market owners were concerned a couple of years ago when they looked at the cycle and thinking about.
They do fine even in a down. I don't worry about them much.
I saw Joe yesterday on the way down, and it seemed like he was Although he was grabbing a hot dog at the convenience store there. So he'll make it, I'm sure. All right, Simon, you want to just sit there, or
I can come up.
or would you like to
Yeah.
come over here?
I did put the hot seat over
All right,
here.
Watch
Yeah,
the
watch
cords.
watch cord corner over here.
Yeah.
This was the hot seat.
Oh,
Yeah.
right in front of the owl. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Lindsay Simon, Department Counsel. I just thought I'd give you a quick update on some of the litigation that the department has. Our unlicensed practice injunction action in Gallatin County is still pending. The defendant is also still in jail, and from what I've been told, is likely to be there for a while. So I just haven't made it a high priority to get a motion for a default judgment to the judge, but I am working on that. So hopefully it won't be too much longer. We had, I believe it's been a while since I told you there was a tort claim that had made it to federal court. The Myers tort claim, if that sounds familiar, involving an incident in Stillwater County. And that had the R1 state employee has been dismissed from that case. So as far as the department goes, it's over. I think there might still be some claims against the county defendants, but I don't know what's happening with that. So we do have a new tort claim that came in. I don't know if it came, I think it came in before our last meeting, but I forgot to mention it to you. It is still with Risk Management Tort Defense. It has not made it to the court system yet. So if you want more discussion about that, we could do it in executive session. I could tell you some litigation strategy for that, but otherwise, it's still just with RMTD. And so it stays there for 120 days. They have 120 days to accept it or deny it. If they don't act on it within that time, it's denied by operation of law.
So what's your feeling? Would you like to know more about it up front, or would you like to wait and see what transpires in the?
I think we wait till the work gets through the system. It could be just gone away before we really need to know much about it.
Okay.
If it's denied with Risk Management Tort Defense, then they can file it in a district court action. So, I mean, if that happens, we can certainly discuss it more in detail at that time as well. Okay, let's see, there was one more. Oh, there's two more. So we also are involved in 2 federal court lawsuits with the governor's office. As you're probably aware, there's a judicial review action based on the American Prairie Reserve grazing permits. So that's in federal district court right now. It's a limited scope of that petition for judicial review. It has to do with the denial of a stay. The actual merits of the claim are not before the federal court at this time. And then we also are a party to, as you know, the Yellowstone National Park Bison Management Plan federal lawsuit. That's still pending, still going on. And then so that wraps it up for litigation. And then the only other thing I thought to mention is we're pretty close to the, public participation rules, the meat inspection labeling changes rules, and I think there were 5 brand inspection requirement rules that we changed. So we received no comments on those.
But we're still in that, what is that, a 45-day?
It's a 28-day comment period, but that's over. So I've already drafted the notice of adoption and sent it to the Secretary of State. So I'll file, so I have to file it by Tuesday.
It should be ready to act on.
No action, but they should be final. So the way we consider it, since you approved it as proposed and we received
so if there's no
comments.
it just automatically.
Yeah, because there's no changes. I mean, sometimes what I do is make some grammatical changes or structural changes, but we make no substantive changes from what has been presented to you. So those should be final, I think, by the end of the month. And then we're the lab changes, the lab fee changes that you approved at the last meeting. Slight delay with the miscommunication of getting approval from the governor's office to file. So I missed the filing deadline. So we're a little bit behind, but in this next go around with publication of rules, that should be in there.
Yeah. William.
Mr. Chair, so what do you call a tort claim?
You mean like the legal cause of
How
action?
do you define that? What is it actually?
Yeah, tort is a category of legal claims. Like negligence is considered a tort. like intentional infliction of emotional distress or intentional interference with a business opportunity is a tort. People have asked me this before. I have a hard time articulating what it is, but it's usually not, it's not a claim that's based on like real property law, like ownership of real property or easements. That's not a tort, or a contract lawsuit is not a tort. But it's essentially like, if the easiest way to describe it is property damage or personal injury like claims are usually torts. So the classic tort, you know, that the state might have is like if a state employee gets in a car accident when they're on their work time, and if they're alleged to have caused it, like that would be a tort claim that comes to RMTD. A slip and fall on state property by someone is a tort claim. So, but there's a wide variety. Sometimes that's what we argue about legally, is whether it's a tort and whether it's subject to the Montana Tort Claim Act. So the one that came in, because it's with RMTD, it's like, it's not my job to, you know, decide what the claim is. I would say it's closest to like intentional interference with like an economic opportunity or economic relations. That's how I would categorize it as the closest. I think the word they used was harassment, but as far I'm unaware of that being a recognized tort, so it would have to fit into another category.
I just, if you talk to the council that we had for that hearing, the hearing officer, apparently my email does not go where it's supposed to go when I send an email. So she sent me the request for a signature, and I signed it and scanned it and emailed it to her and said that I would send a hard copy if she needed it. Heard nothing. Well, and finally she emailed me, said, have you had time to do this? And so we got to check into why my email's not going.
Okay.
But I guess for either of you, if you send me something via email and I don't respond, send me another follow-up, because I might have responded and it's not getting there. You know, we're gonna.
And was this with Drake Law Firm?
Mhm.
Yeah, because we've got
We
it.
do have
Yeah,
the final.
yeah. When she came back to me, then I put it in an envelope and mailed it.
Okay.
The
Yeah,
signature.
I'm not a part of the discussions with
Yeah.
that, you know, since I'm representing. I think the easiest way to think about it, and one thing after that experience, I thought at some point in the future, I should probably like put together like a training for you guys about like what a contested case hearing is and like what your role is and what my role is. Cause it, depending on the case, it varies, right? So the ones that came to you at the last board meeting, I think the easiest way to think about it is I'm representing the department and, you know, you are the board, which are two separate entities, because the department I consider is like prosecuting a licensing action, because our statutes say like the department may revoke, you know, the department grants. But as the head of the agency, you guys enter the final order for it. And that's pretty common with all agencies. It's just usually it's their director or someone who the director has delegated authority to is going to be entering the final order. But for example, like the professional licensing boards that are under Department of Labor and Industries jurisdiction, like their boards enter all the final orders on their licensing actions. But sometimes like the livestock market hearing that we did, the department's not really a party to that. So we don't have that conflict where we need separate counsel for you, where we have different roles and I can do it. So it just depends. And I thought it's probably helpful to have like a little bit of a training about what your role is in those various situations and what you should be looking out for. So at some point in the future, we'll do that. Mike said not this meeting.
Yeah.
We're trying to do it faster. But we do have the final order for the ABAR-S processing Shine license revocation. I think the other one that you ruled on at the last board meeting, we don't have the final order for that yet, but there's still time under the statute of how long a final agency decision has to be entered. So hopefully that will be coming, but I am not in communication with your counsel on that case, since I am again representing a party.
I am in that communication.
Mike is, yeah. So you can go through Mike on that. We're walled off a little bit on that. So
on your behalf, I'm the one talking to the council. So,
And just for your own knowledge, like once a final order is entered in a contested case hearing under the Montana Administrative Procedures Act, they have 30 days to file a petition for judicial review, which is basically appeal to a district court. So it's possible one of them could do that. And then I'll let you know if we have more. You'll hear about that when it happens. So there's a possibility someone could file a petition for judicial review. So there might be more litigation cases. But other than that, I think the ones I've discussed are all that I'm aware of at this time.
So when does that clock start? That miscommunication issue with me signing the final.
I would probably say, as an abundance of caution, probably when they are served with the final written order, when they receive it. Because I think if you start the clock earlier, then you've got problems of notice and due process. So, yeah.
So in the case of ABARS, just to add on to what Lindsay said, so I'm, working with your counsel. We had outside counsel on that. So once I received the final order, we got that to Lindsay because she's one party, and we got it to Ms. Howard, the attorney for the other party. So they have now officially been served that final order. So that clock would have started on the ABARS.
But not yet on the other one.
But not yet on the other one because we haven't served the final order yet.
Or I haven't received it. So.
Well, you haven't received
I don't know
it
where it is with the service.
It's my job.
It's
my job to serve it, to
I
get it
haven't
served to
received
her. We haven't done that yet. So it's funny. We're in the same building, but sometimes we have to not talk to each other about certain stuff. That's how it works.
So I think that is all I have. If you have any questions.
I was just going to add on to what Lindsay said. Just, often when people get appointed to this board, or when I talk to people about what a quasi-judicial board is under state law, folks have a hard time understanding that, or what does that mean? But what you were performing at the last board meeting, that is exactly what that means. Those are your quasi-judicial functions where you're sitting like the judges in a case and making a decision, and then there's an appeal beyond you as a panel of judges. And so just to give you context how that works, if somebody tried to go straight to district court with some of these issues, not assuming that every judge would make a decision that way, but oftentimes what ends up happening is they look at our structure and they say, no, you got to go back. You haven't exhausted your administrative remedies. You have to go back in front of the Board of Livestock. After the Board of Livestock makes a decision, then you can bring it to district court. We've had it that way where people have tried to go to district court and got batted back. But when we talk about that quasi-judicial function, you don't actually exercise it very often, but this is the quasi-judicial function. That's what that looks like, and that's what that means for people who get appointed to quasi-judicial boards and may not know what they're getting themselves into when they do it. But so if you have friends and neighbors who want to get appointed to things, you can help answer that question for them.
This is just for information, I guess. The issue with the Idaho gentleman on our employee not doing what. So what's the status of that? Are we?
So
has the time frame run out, or?
That's an interesting question. I haven't sat down and done any calculations yet to see if the time frame, the statute of limitations has run, only because it's a little unclear, I think, of when, like, what action would have actually triggered it running. And then how it works is, so in that case, they filed a lawsuit in district court without filing a claim with risk management tort defense. And one of their claims was negligence, which is very squarely a tort claim. Like, there's no dispute about that. So when they filed that lawsuit, we went in and said, no, you can't, the district court has no jurisdiction until it's gone through risk management tort defense. So they agreed to dismiss the lawsuit. They filed their tort claim with risk management tort defense. That expired, and so it was deemed denied by operation of law. But in that whole period where it's at risk management tort defense, the time there doesn't count towards the statute of limitations. So that's why I say I haven't done the calculations. And there's been no filing since then. So they would be free, and they have now exhausted their remedy and could file in district court. But I check on a semi-regular basis in Lewis and Clark County. I suppose they could potentially file in Flathead or Lake County. Lake County, I think it was.
Snug room.
But we
Yeah,
have,
it is. Yeah.
we have not been notified or received anything. So, and then if they were to file, then we risk management tort defense would look at it and probably run the calculation and see like if there's any defense there for statute of limitations.
Are we still getting any harassing emails?
I have received no communication on that in quite a long time, and hope it stays that way.
Yes. So, Eric, do you have any questions or anything for anyone on this or comments? All right. Greg just showed up, so if you want to introduce yourself, Greg, and give an update, we'll take that now, and then we'll move on to.
Greg Wishman, sheep representative, north of Lewistown. It's been a pretty good year. Started dry, got moisture, a little second cutting, modified the hay prices. We've got regrowth for our calves and sheep to graze on, which we haven't for a few years. Other than that, lamb market is a little bit of bump in the wool market. The lamb market is steady, not nearly what these calves are, but still doing fine. So had a tremendous ram sale, I felt. Sold a lot of rams for good money. Had some lesser priced ones, so I felt that we've got to have that in sale. You got to have the top end and moderate ones for commercial producers. So felt had a good ewe in the ram sale, and I think everything is going pretty good.
So there's still some optimism in the sheep industry.
There
Anyway,
is still some optimism.
That's what that was. The stories I heard about the ram sale and read, it seemed like that was a general consensus. So.
Yeah, there are certain places where sheep still work better than cows in different areas.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, so what is a ram? What's the ram worth? How do you define that? I mean,
It's worth what somebody's willing to pay. They were all the way from $300 to $8,500. Top end, obviously, with stud rams. A lot of those, good quality, good fleece, $1,500, $1,015 is kind of where. And some of them with a little coarser wool, not quite the number of lambs born, weaned stuff. Those were the lower end ones, but you got to have those in the sale for the commercial producer. Pretty soon you lose that commercial producer coming to those sales. And we sold rams to every state around Montana and stuff. So it's always good when you can export genetics.
So, just for a guy that's never been in the sheep business, how many ewes will a ram service?
There's been documented cases where rams have got into range flocks overnight, done over 100 ewes. We run 1 to 50.
1 to 50.
And then a ewe cycle is 14 days, so they'll cover 50 ewes in 14 days. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Slatton. Thank you for your update. All right. We're back
Yeah.
to your back on the.
Yeah, we'll do updates really quick before we transition to that. I'll just say we did not put an HR update on your agenda today. Mike did not feel like he had a whole lot to contribute that hasn't been in the weekly reports. However, any questions that you might have from the human resources front, I don't think, unless he's that CQA number that's out there, that Mike's on with us today. But if you did have any HR questions, I would attempt to answer them the best I could, since he and I are in constant contact on different things. But the reports he's been giving on comings and goings, the hirings, have been pretty robust. So if you've been keeping up with that, you pretty much know what's going on there. I would mention we have, and I'll probably send that to you in a report next week, and we'll probably talk about it at one of your future meetings. But we do have every year the state of Montana sends out a engagement survey to all state employees. So we do have the results for the Department of Livestock. So we can go through those, so you can kind of see how the employees who, of course, we only get about 20 or 30% of employees ever do that survey, but of those who filled out the survey, you can see what they said. So that'll be in your report next Monday, and then I do plan to have that. Mike can go through that as a bullet item at a later board meeting and talk you through that and what all that means. Go ahead.
Well, just for Dr. Szymanski, at the end of your presentation, maybe I'll have her come in, and because Jake needs to pull out a little bit early, and we'll kind of go through our tour yesterday.
Yes.
And,
yeah, because this is where I was going to say, where we were talking about and I'll stop and we'll talk about Yellowstone National Park bison last, even though it's the first bullet. That's where I thought we might slip it in and talk about it. So I'll talk about everything else, and then we'll do that last and give Dr. Szymanski time to come in here.
Okay.
As far as I thought I had changed that. I thought I'd taken that session planning and legislative update off. We don't have we do not have an update on that. However, maybe I meant to just change it to talk about the interim committees. So we are in the legislative interim committee time of year. So we've got all those dates on our calendar. So yesterday was the first meeting of the Section C interim budget committee. That is chaired by Jerry Schillinger. And then other members of that committee are, and there's folks who will be terming out and leaving, but his vice chair from the Senate side is Mike Cuff, this is his last interim. Senator Janet Ellis is a member of that committee. This is her last interim. Debo Powers is on the committee. Senator Ken Bogner is on the committee. And Representative Eric Albus is on the committee. So that's our Section C budget committee. And I don't believe I forgot anyone. And if they happen to be listening to the meeting and I did, I apologize. But we had our update with them. It was mostly focused on fiscal year end. I'll say our fiscal year end numbers, as you know, looked very, very good. One of the things that I think I noticed as I sat through the overall Section C. So Section C is us, as well as Department of Agriculture, Department of Natural Resources Conservation, Department of Environmental Quality, the Montana Department of Transportation, and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. But the legislative staff, as they gave their overview about different agencies, there is one place where I think we stick out, and I actually think it's where we stand out, because I think we get our budget right and we ask for the right numbers, and we ask for what we need, because we're at about a 90 to 95% utilization rate of our budget for the fiscal year. We're at about 90 to 95% of our actual budgeted hours on personal services. When you look at a lot of other agencies, that's in the 70s. They're utilizing about 70% of the budget that they were appropriated, and in many cases, they're only using about 70 to 80% of the budgeted hours that they have within their budget. And so I look at that and think that's really good, because I think the department sort of has a good history of, we ask for what we need and we use what we're given. So I think that plays very well. As far as yesterday went, I gave an update on, the big things that I shared with them was wanting to make sure they understood how we were returning value back to producers. So I talked about the purchase of the RFID tags at the end of the fiscal year, that when we saw we were going to have budget left over, that we took part of that to make sure that we could help offset some of these costs for producers. So that's a way of returning that money that we're collecting from livestock producers back to them for their benefit. We talked about, obviously, the disease issues we've been dealing with here in the first quarter of the year, how we were doing, or how we've done on our revenues. Per capita, it has been very strong even through this down cycle in the cattle inventory. That has worked very well for us. We talked a little bit about vacancies. So we do have the systemic vacancies, like in the dairy side, that we talked about with the fund switches. We'll be working on those in the coming biennium. So we made sure they understood all those things we were doing. That was sort of looking backwards. We had expended all the money from the decision packages that were granted in the 2023 session. So we didn't leave anything on the table there, which is good because sometimes they, believe it or not, they actually, even though there's a lot of fiscal conservative people who sit on those committees, they still get angry when you come and ask them for money and then don't do anything with it. So we actually were utilizing what we were given. As far as the questions received from the committee, there were some questions about the disease issues that we're dealing with, EIA, brucellosis, questions about predator control. I did make sure I spent a lot of time on, the Livestock Loss Board just got out $216,000 of grants to help with predator mitigation. We have a healthy amount of funds for paying for livestock loss claims, and want to see those from everyone who gets those. Representative Albus actually brought to my attention that they're starting to see lion activity up in Phillips County. And so I said, I know when people are dealing with things they haven't dealt with before, just remember to call Wildlife Services. Make sure you get an investigator out there. We do have a way to pay for those claims. Those people should be taking advantage of that. And then I talked a lot about the thing I kind of set up with that committee is I talked a lot about coyotes, and that, that seems to be where there's still a lot of conversation and pressure. It's nice that Wildlife Services was taken out of the hiring freeze, is at least, if they can find them, able to hire people. We've got all of our aircraft serviceable, but we see Phillips County, I think, just enacted a petition. So we see a lot of counties that are, where producers are volunteering to pay these additional taxes to deal with coyotes because they, it's such an issue. And I think that it did prompt a question from Representative Albus about, what could be done. I did mention that many of the laws that we have around county bounties and those types of things are very archaic, hard for counties to navigate and understand. And so I committed to him that if he was interested in working on that before the next session, that we would be glad to work with him on that. If there's things he wanted to carry or work on in that regard to help with particularly that particular predator, because as I always like to mention those meetings, bears, wolves, lions, those things get a lot of the press, but coyotes still do a lot of economic damage across the state of Montana, and they sometimes get lost in the conversation. And so trying to keep some focus back on that.
So, Michael,
yes.
on that line, and it probably needs to come from producer organizations, but I just keep thinking about the multiplier that Wyoming has. And, anybody that's had a loss knows that there needs to be a multiplier, and what you get compensated for is nowhere near what your actual loss is. And so does that need to come, probably needs to come from a producer organization as a proposed legislation and then get someone to carry it? Or
well, they passed legislation in 23, maybe 21. I can't remember which one it was, that actually allows Livestock Loss Board to apply a multiplier. They have chosen not to so far. And it is kind of sticky because it's not apples and apples. If one of the things people get concerned about is just applying blanket multipliers to every situation without context. So, for example, if you have a lion get into a pen of sheep, they're going to do a lot of damage fast. And if you had an automatic multiplier on sheep, are you going to pay that person a multiplier even though all the damage was right there and could be seen? Or is the multiplier applied for when people are on range grazing, because that's when things might disappear and you don't know what's going on. You just know you come up short. Maybe you couldn't find all the carcasses. So to give Livestock Loss Board a little credit, I think it was when they did entertain it, it was a very complicated conversation about, is it just a straight 1.5, 2.5, or is there context? And if they're going to apply context to it, then they would actually have to go through the process of doing administrative rules to that statute to set forth what the multiplier is, how it gets applied, when it gets applied, when they don't apply it. I would say what producer organizations or those who would want to see them enact a multiplier would do is they need to go to the Livestock Loss Board with some proposals of what type of multiplier they would like to see, and encourage them to do the administrative rulemaking around that process. Which, since Lindsay's also counsel for that group, would give her work to do as if she needed more. But they that's how I would, because it's already, the mechanism for applying a multiplier is already there. The Livestock Loss Board's just not chosen yet to act on it. And I think with good reason. Yeah, and I think with good reason. It's not as cut and dry as it appears on the surface. And some states that have done it, that's the complaint, is they would say, well, there's just a straight multiplier, and then there's someone who has one kill, in their calving pen when everything's at home, but they get paid for 2 just because the multiplier automatically applies, even though everybody in the world knows there was only 1. So you do have to have some work there.
But go ahead.
And the other aspect of it is the multiplier. If you lose a ewe or a cow, her future production, you have to figure that in, or the cost of replacing her. It's just a lot of calculations that we have to try to figure out to equally compensate throughout. So it needs to be done, but a lot of moving parts.
Yes.
Well, apparently Wyoming's had it in place for a fair period, so I would think that there would be a resource there that we can probably use to try and emulate a little bit, maybe glean from the shortcomings and like that program, make sure that we try and, but you still think about, all right, so that's in your example, something gets into and kills 1 calf, and it's not on coyotes anywhere that I know of. No. So it'd be a larger predator comes in. But if you have them in the area,
stress,
you lost a calf there, and maybe you get paid for 2, but later on that year you might lose 1 or 2 that you never even find, and didn't get paid at all for them. So I don't think that any producer is going to come out on the long end of a multiplier. I just don't think that that's going to happen.
No, and then the stress factor of weight loss and stuff.
Yeah. That's what I was talking to a neighbor, and at that ILIA, those collars that they have now they have those ones, the satellite collars that have the solar panel on them, so you don't have to have a battery. But those, one of our neighbors down there, or a friend down in Lander, has them on his bulls and a few cows, and I think that's a future that maybe you could use to see, because like this neighbor that I had talked to, he said the cows were just, one day he went up there and the cows were all pushed down into the bottom of the pasture and riled up. Well, that there was some large predator probably had something to do with that. But if you have those collars, then you could see in real time when there's something happening, and if you lose something, the collar's there, you can go find it. So expensive, but that is, technology is going to help us out in some ways. But I just know that the multiplier probably isn't even enough in Wyoming case what their multiplier is, but you just know that there needs to be a multiplier, because we've been paid for 1 animal in our history, and I know we've lost considerably more than 1. And then I'll say the other factors, but I just wondered how we go about that. So it's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, and so just closing off that bullet point on interim budget committee. I mean, you can go back and watch it, but it was a very friendly committee. Good questions. I always like to say a lot different than my first ever budget committees ever were. So we were in there, and actually shouldn't say we're in there and out of there. They asked lots of questions, lots of deep questions, but it was a very collegial atmosphere, which is always good to be having with your budget committee. Red tape initiative, I'll move to that bullet point. That's back alive again. The lieutenant governor has been out meeting with agencies, trying to keep the fire stoked a little bit on looking for where we can reduce red tape and regulatory burden. One of the things I'll mention is we get high marks. It's not just me saying it. Lindsay was in the meeting and others. We got out there early, and we repealed a lot of rules that were just old. So when you look at the percentages of what's been done, percentages of your rules that have been modified or repealed, we're in the upper third of agencies in terms of that effort. And so we did get, kudos for that. But I think the big things they're wanting us to look at is, is there anything we've gotten stalled out on? So we've got to go back. You remember we had that big list from 4 or 5 years ago of rules and statutes that we looked at. In some cases, they're statutes. It's not just administrative rules. And I will admit, in some cases, to make that regulation better or to get rid of a particular regulation requires legislative work, and they're within statutes that we really don't want to open up, because once we do, we don't know what comes out the other side. And those who've served in the legislature, Mr. Redfield, Mr. Moore, know that very well. Sometimes you may not exactly like how a statute reads, but you just leave well enough alone and live with how it is. Just because of the topic, you don't know what other folks might decide to amend it to as you work through that process. But we do have a list that we got to go back through, see what is still out there, what we may want to pursue, either through rulemaking or if it's statutory, what we'll bring to the board next spring. And I know that sounds weird, but just in about 6 months from now, when we're talking about legislation for the 27 session, doesn't seem like it's going to come that fast, but it will. So we'll be putting that together. The other thing I wanted to mention that they're really focusing on is readability of the administrative rules. So you may notice some changes when we bring rules. Now, when we met with the lieutenant governor, they're not expecting us to go in and change every rule to lower the grade level readability on it, but that as we amend rules, as we go along, to give some thought to how you can structure that rule or word that rule to bring the grade level readability down. A lot of rules in state government are at a college or master's or PhD level is what they're written to. And so they'd like to see them more at a high school level if it's possible. That is very difficult when you're dealing with science-based regulation, because the diseases we work with, those types of things, they are what they are. And if it's a 5-syllable word, it's a 5-syllable word. There's not much you can do about that. But as we pointed out to Lieutenant Governor, and she agreed, I said, a lot of those rules, the actual audience for those rules are veterinarians. And I would hope they would understand what they're reading. It's not, the producer is probably not the one reading that rule. It's their veterinarian who's reading and trying to understand that rule. But there's some tricks to how you can get readability with the punctuation and other things. Some of our rules we've noticed, I think simply we just have lots of run-on sentences in our rules. And I think that's because as we needed to change a rule, we just added another and or another or. And so you get rules that are, this can be black or yellow or red or blue, and they just keep going on and on. And so if we'd had some better punctuation or broken those up into shorter sentences, the readability would actually be better. I'm looking over Mr. Redfield. He's a former educator like myself and knows about trying to write things to grade level readability. But that's one of the things they're focused on, and rightfully so. It's going to be hard with some of the more technical regulations, but for a lot of the rule regulations, I think it is a worthwhile goal that the average citizen should be able to comprehend the administrative rules and understand them as much as they possibly can. I think that is a worthy effort. But the good news is all of ours that are over a high school grade level, they're not expecting us to go and change all of them right now, just to do it as you go along. So that'll be good. I don't know if Lindsay wanted to say anything else on that. She was part of that conversation as well.
Yeah, I mean, some like the lab rule, the lab fee rule that we're pushing through now, like I'm sure it has a high readability level, but I'm not that worried about it because I can't do anything about the names of those tests with like the scientific name. So some of it is just apply your own discretion too, as well. And that's one again that I would think 3/4 of the submitters to the lab are veterinarians. So we run it through a program for readability, but there's also a little bit of, well, let's step back and look and see. Like, and if I can't, like in that one, if I can't change the language and the punctuation to get the reading level down, we try to just do other things that will make it easier to read, like alphabetizing, so it's easier to find, and just using better tables and whatnot. So it's a process.
So do you, in our original red tape review, we took, excuse me, sections of the rules and looked at them at a meeting, and it was kind of a homework assignment for everyone to look through them. Do you think that would be beneficial sometime when we go through this process, so that all of us on this board have an opportunity to kind of look at that and see how it reads to us, and then discuss any of them that someone kind of looks at and thinks, what does that really mean? Rather than having you guys that work with them more often, maybe the perception that we would have would be a little bit different than you.
I think that when you get an agenda packet that has a proposed rule, you should be doing that with the rules that are coming before you. Like, take a look at it and see.
Yeah, I was just thinking more so the rules that, trying to think the red tape review, they want to see some kind of action that we're doing. And,
Well, the governor's office provided us with a spreadsheet of all of our rules with the current reading level. So we kind of have a starting point already to know which ones are the worst offenders and which ones aren't. But I mean, we can share that with you if anyone wants to do it in your free time, and it's like, this one's particularly bad, we shouldn't wait until we want to make a substantive change. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yep. Next bullet point is the Ag Labor Summit. So in January, there's going to be an Ag Labor Summit in Billings, focused around the issues we have with ag labor in the state of Montana and finding and sourcing labor, which you all are very aware of as people who try to hire people within this industry and find the people who have the skills and the stick-to-itiveness and everything that you need. One of the things that in talking with Mike that we decided to do is we put a little bit of money in as a sponsor on that. And what that does is gives us a spot on an agenda at one of the meals as a sponsor, the ability to have a table. Well, our effort there is one of the things that I think we run into is we are also in that ag labor market, right? Many of the people we're trying to hire, we're looking for those same types of farm and ranch skills that other employers across the state are looking for. So we want to make sure that people realize that we sort of highlight that we need those types of laborers too within the state. We're still doing work that requires those skills at the Department of Livestock. The other thing we want to make sure we sort of highlight to the industry and those that are thinking about labor is that I think a lot of times folks don't think about state employment off the bat out in the countryside, because I think there's still some stigma, if I can use that word, around, well, state doesn't pay anything. I think you all know from sitting on this board that the opportunities we provide are really good opportunities. And if there's anything, if I could get across to folks that have a family operation, but maybe there's not room for everybody just yet, that when we have an opportunity that pays $20 to $30+ an hour, with state benefits and retirement. That's a great thing for that person to do for 5 or 6 years until a slot at the home family business opens up for them to finally come into that. And those are the types of people we're looking for. And I think we've had lots of success with those types of people who they're eventually going to go back to a family operation, but they don't want to move to Bozeman or Missoula or somewhere to get work. They want to be able to work in Glasgow or Sydney or Glendive or Miles City. This is a great opportunity for them to do a few years, still stay sharp on what they're doing within the industry. But like I said, I think there's a stigma around state employment that, well, I'm not going to do that because they don't pay anything. And that's not the case. I mean, and I don't want to brag too much, but I think we do provide very decent employment opportunities for people. And so we just wanted to sort of be a part of that, to make sure people understood what opportunity that we had. And I think, it's not, I get it that one of the things we might be doing is competing with some of our farm and ranch businesses out there. But I look at it more of, as I said earlier, if you've got a family business and you've got somebody who's maybe going to come back to it, but there's not room for them right now, like send them to us for a couple of years. We've had a lot of success with those types of employees. And so that's why we wanted to engage with that. But that's going to be in January, and Mike and I will probably be taking the lead on that from the staff side. So just wanted to make you aware of that. MSGA Stockhurst College, again, we've done a $1,500 sponsorship to have one of those slots at the MSGA annual meeting in December. We're still working on topics that are a topic that we'll do for that. I'll admit that's been hit or miss. We've had some times where we've done them and we've had 20 or 30 people show up and we had a really great conversation. We've done them other times where we had 2 people show up and they got a real great one-on-one session on whatever it was that we were talking about that day, whether it was an animal health thing, feral swine, the different topics that we've done. But we will be doing that again in December. And I think we have to make a decision, if not by the end of this month, I think by the end of next month, on what our topic's going to be so they can get that into their printed materials. So, you don't have to give it to me now, but I'll take feedback on what you think people might show up for and want to hear about that are going to be at the stockholders meeting in December. I just wanted to bring to your attention, not because it's going to affect you, board members are exempt from this, but again, it may be something you would hear from staff. The state is putting in place a new travel and expense system that eventually all state employees are going to have to use. As an electronic travel and expense system. So internally in the department, the days of, I went, like if I was here today and I got my hotel bill, I could just take a picture of that on my phone, send it to our accounts payable person, and I'm done. Kind of, they know what that is and they can match all that up. It'll be having to input that into a system and having it all tracked through that state system that all state employees are going to have to use. So the reason I also know we might have some employees out there on live stream, so they're getting aware of this as well. That means our employees who travel a lot and have a lot of travel expenses. So district investigators who have to run to a different market to help out and have to get a hotel room overnight. That's going to be a system they're going to have to engage in, and it's going to be a change, and change is always different and difficult for everybody. So that's something that's coming. The good news is we did ask about board members. With your forms that Donna has provided for you here today, is like, well, we're going to have to get our board members into this system, and are they going to have to do that to get their per diem? And they said, no, board members won't be in the system. So you won't have to worry about it, at least for now. I was also going to just mention, you've seen in the press information on the rescission of the BLM Conservation Landscape Health Rule. That is something that the department, along with all other affected state agencies, made comment on when it rolled out a couple of years ago, just mainly with concerns about, moving away from multiple use of public lands, moving more to recreation and conservation as the primary goal of what we do with public lands. And of course, from our standpoint, the potential for reduction in grazing as a result of that, because of those maybe becoming more primary uses of how BLM would want to use their lands, and we know how important they are to us and our industry for grazing. So with that potential rescission, it's out for public comment. I just wanted to put that out there today that, I'm sure us, along with all the other affected state agencies, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, DEQ, DNRC, the governor's office will again be commenting on that. This time, as opposed to a anti-rule comment, it'll be, yes, please rescind it, because we do worry about what the existence of that rule, how it can be interpreted in the future to limit multiple use on public lands. Yes, Chief.
William had a question.
Well, just backtracking, Mr. Chair, just backtracking a little bit. What you mentioned about electronic travel system you guys want to implement. So what cost? How come you're changing it?
Oh, well, it's a decision coming out of the Department of Administration Accounting Bureau. The reasoning being that expenses are not being tracked and monitored across agencies the way they should, and there needs to be one system for doing that. They had already started. One of the things I get that has actually been very helpful is because we never got that before, is I actually get a report every month that shows me every credit card charge that was done on one of our purchasing cards in the department and which ones were potential misuse. And so the state accounting bureau, and we haven't had any misuse, but it is good in case we did, we see it. And then when we see things that are odd, you can ask questions, like, why did this person buy this? Or, why did they buy something from the spur line? Maybe I might ask that, be like, what were they doing there? Making sure they weren't buying their own personal stuff and accidentally using the state credit card. Things of that nature have been helpful. So the State Accounting Bureau has been really necking down on this for some time. And so every agency has its own way of doing it. And what they want to see is a consistent across the board, every agency doing it the same way. So that's why they're implementing that system. And they're going to an electronic system. And don't get me wrong, William, while we're on that topic, when I'm in those meetings, I often voice that, and those, Mr. Redfield, Mr. Moore, those who spend a lot of time around Helena can probably tell you that sometimes when these things come out, there's a lack of understanding of agencies that don't have everyone sitting in an office in front of a computer on the state campus in Helena. 75% of our employees are not in Helena. They're somewhere else. Some of them, when you talk about the markets, they don't even have their own computer. They're sharing a computer with multiple people. And so, it does have to be workable, from that standpoint. And so we've given that feedback, that if it becomes a burden, it has to be something that's not that complicated for people to do, but it is statewide. It's not us making that decision. It's the State Accounting Bureau saying, as the organization that is responsible for that this is how we're going to ask agencies to track and monitor this moving forward. So it's consistent. Every agency is doing the same thing.
Well, plus, like you said, the ease, you can see that this governor seems to be really concentrating on efficiency and government. And of course, he's a techie, so that's the direction he's going to go. But you having the ability to look at our credit card charges every month easily by just pulling it up is way better than someone in the office checking out every expense report and getting it compiled, and you can see that there's eventually be some efficiency.
Yeah. And I'd say the overall intent is to limit opportunities for waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what they would tell you. That's what they're trying to do. And with every agency having its own system, and maybe every group of employee maybe having their own system, and maybe the people who are looking at that are not people who understand what people should be buying or spending money on, that that leads to opportunities for people to abuse the system. And so they want to limit those opportunities.
Great.
Along that lines, that HR meeting, how did that go? What they're
It went
looking
well.
forward to?
Yeah, I think what we're going to see there is a dual reporting system on HR. And what I mean with that is that so Mike Spatz is our HR person, so he'll have accountability to the agency, but also accountability to state HR. Again, the spirit and intent there is to make sure things are being done consistently. So the performance management of employees, the discipline of employees, payroll, all those things are being done across the board. One thing I can get behind, and I hope is an outcome of it that I think we've struggled with, that I'll be open and honest about, is that there are discrepancies in pay between agencies. We have lost employees at times because they could go to another agency for the same job but make $3 more an hour. But because every agency again is doing its own thing, setting within those pay bands, setting its own pay rates. My hope is, and I'm knocking on, well, I don't think this is wood, maybe this is wood, that, okay, with state HR looking at every agency in that way, and the HR person within the agency not only having to have agency approval, but have their approval, that we'll get consistency on those things, and that we won't be competing with each other for talent, or we'll have major discrepancies between employees doing the same type of work. And I noticed that across agencies, and that's one reason that if I'm trying to find the silver lining or the positive in it, that's something that's always aggravated me, right? Seeing like, well, wait a minute, we have an employee who's doing that exact same job as someone else in another agency. Why is that person making $7 more an hour than our employee? And I know that when that position opens up, if I'm a good boss, I'm going to tell my employee, well, you should apply for that job because they can pay you $7 more an hour. You should go over there. Like, I don't want to do that, but I mean, that's what you do. Say, hey, you should take a look at that because I think that job is the exact same job you do here, and they're going to pay you more to do it. And so I hope that we get that type of consistency on those shared issues. So what I think that means, and Mike's not on here today, maybe I don't think, but what that means probably for Mike is that, when he's doing things, not only is he checking with you and me, he's also checking with state HR, letting them know what he's doing. And I think, again, I'm knocking on wood here, we do things pretty close to the rules, pretty close to the vest, if not straight on them. So I don't think that has a lot of impact on us, but agencies that have been doing things very, very differently, they may see much more impact. But us being a small agency and only having one HR person, we were already going to state HR division for a lot of help anyway on a lot of different things.
If they're not looking at taking our HR person and putting all HR people in one area, they're going to leave.
That's not what they've said right now. That yes, there'd be people within the agencies, but they'll have dual reporting to agency leadership and to state HR.
That's what I thought. That's exactly what the thought process that I had is that same. And thank you for bringing that, because
Kind of like Peter did.
getting everything moved up the line far enough that we lose the personal contact and the personalization we need for our department.
I definitely would say that there's much more in the last few years, much more of an attitude of looking at the state of Montana as a business and the agencies as subunits of that business, right? So for those of us who've worked in larger companies that had sub business units, and I'll go back to my time at Cargill. I may have worked in the Ag Horizons business unit, but there was a Cargill, and Cargill set the policies for how all those different business units would work. And I think that's been more of the approach. It's been more of a corporate approach to state government, of looking at it as the state of Montana as a whole is an enterprise, is a business, and each of the agencies are just subunits of that larger enterprise. And so they shouldn't be operating as 13 different businesses. They are 13 business units of the same company, which is the state of Montana. Maybe that helps
Yeah,
make sense
I
of
just
what their
wanted to make
attitude
sure
is.
They weren't
Yeah.
taking our guys away from us, and we
Yeah,
had to deal with somebody who didn't understand
Mhm.
what we do. So,
yeah.
Right.
No,
Yeah.
that's a great point because that was my concern too when I saw the,
Yeah.
that's the first thought that came to my mind was.
So
exactly
when we
that.
did have that meeting, I think that, so one of the things that we shared when they were coming around having that fact finding meeting that I know, if it had been in July, you were actually going to come down for, I think that's one of the things that we shared with them is that, you still, the dual reporting is fine, but you still got to have someone who understands the agency, right? There's a nuance to every agency in the type of people they're hiring, the type of business they're doing. And there's always going to be that. And they have to have that understanding, right? If they're going to be, recruiting, if they're going to be screening applicants, they need to have understanding of what our agency does and the actual type of person we're looking for. And so that, if I would say subject matter expertise about the agency with that person who's doing that HR work, that has to be there. And I'd say it's the same way, we talked about, with IT, it's the same thing. It's there's systems out there that do all kinds of different things, but when and we're not different. Every agency is that way. There is specificity to the type of work we're doing that requires someone to have some knowledge of what's on the other side of that. What is happening in the livestock market when we're, checking cattle in, when we're releasing cattle? What is happening when we're collecting CVIs, and why are we doing that? And why is it important? How does that information need to be collected and housed? So those are things where even in those cases, you need people who are very smart in IT, but you always have to have somebody who has some subject matter expertise in that agency and the type of work they're doing. And I don't say that to say livestock's unique. I say every agency is unique. Every agency has some version of that you got to have that expertise.
So I want to drop back to this BLM conservation rule that comments, and I think this board should understand for sure what your comments are going to be and give any input because of the nature of the rule and how it affects the industry. So I just think maybe we need to have just a little bit more discussion to make sure that we're all understanding what your comments, because basically you're commenting for us.
Yes.
So.
And I'd say the nature of our comments when this went out several years ago were concerned about giving preference to certain uses on public lands or prioritizing uses on public lands that that maybe were in conflict with things such as the Taylor Grazing Act. So declaring wide swaths of public land to only be available for recreation or for conservation, taking away grazing leases. Those are the things that we were concerned about in that conservation landscape and health rule, or how we, not necessarily that was what the intent was, but that's how it could be used with the way it was worded. And that's what our concern was, is that we want grazing to be a priority on public lands. We don't want to see a reduction in the number of acres and AUMs that are available for public land grazing. We want to see that protected. That's what fosters the health of the livestock industry, particularly in a state like Montana, and most all of the West, where most ranches are dependent on some level of public land grazing for success. Maybe some of you probably could give me examples of that, but there's a lot of ranchers out there that wouldn't last on deeded acres alone, right? Wouldn't be able to stay afloat on just that. So that's the spirit of the comments. I think with the rescission, it's turning that upside down, which is, well, this is why we feel we need to have it rescinded, is because we feel that language could be used to prioritize uses on public lands in ways that does reduce the number of acres available of grazing, reduces the number of AUMs, and in turn does damage to the livestock industry as a whole. So I guess I would see if anybody disagrees with that or feels like there's something else that we should add to it, or that would more articulate, what the the board and the department should be saying about that. And the reason I comment on that, I do look for a mission driven way. We do have part of our mission to foster and promote the livestock industry, so that's what I put it under, is like under that mission to foster and promote the livestock industry. That's why we have a concern and have skin in the game on this. There's actually a lot of things that other agencies might comment on that I don't comment on because that actually doesn't fall within our mission. But this one I do feel falls within our mission.
So will those comments be sent out to the board to look at before they're sent? Or?
Yes, we can do that. Okay. Yeah, because there'll be a comment period, just like everything else, I'm sure. And I'm sure we'll have I'm looking at Lindsay because she knows sometimes she's plugged in. I'm sure we'll have a deadline to the governor's office because they'll want to see them. Usually what they'll do is, it depends. Sometimes they'll do it just as individual agencies. Sometimes the governor's office will want to have an overarching governor letter and then have all the agency comments behind it. And so they'll give us a deadline as well when they need something from us. So we can send it to you before we have to get to you for that deadline. So if we can get any feedback on it before we have to have something turned into them. Or they may just turn us loose. They've done that before too, to comment on our own.
All right. Just a heads up to Dr. Samansky after
exactly.
You get done with this next.
And the last bullet point is a very quick one. USDA reorganization, just bringing it to your attention because I know you guys have been buried and busy. But obviously the USDA rolled out a reorganization plan, and they're looking at moving agencies back out to, or parts of USDA back out to Indianapolis, Kansas City, Denver, different regional hubs. So just looking at a different structure of how USDA would operate, and primarily in a way that all of USDA or most of USDA is not in Washington, D.C. And there's also, they're also, I think, trying to pare down and eliminate and look, redundancies, look for efficiencies. The biggest aspect of that you see for Montana is that they're not for our agency, but there are some Forest Service offices that would be closed as a part of that. And those offices would revert to a regional headquarters somewhere outside of Montana, probably in Denver or Salt Lake or somewhere like that. We've already seen some impacts that just happened through the retirements that took place when they offered that. So Eric Summer, who some of you are familiar with, who is the state statistician, he took the early retirement when it was offered. And the decision of USDA was, we don't have a NAS state statistician for Montana anymore. We have a cooperative agreement for them to collect county level livestock numbers. We pay them a few $1,000s every year to do that. So that's in the Montana Ag Book. Otherwise, there wouldn't be county level livestock data in there if we didn't pay for that as a cooperator. And I'm now dealing with someone in Denver on that. That's, and I offered for him to come up to Montana sometime, but it didn't seem like he was going to come to Montana. So to your point about subject matter expertise, Greg, there's a case where we'll have a state statistician that, like where Eric was at everything, he'd be at wool growers, he'd be at all these meetings. We won't be seeing that. So we'll have somebody who's in Denver who's collecting the surveys and collecting stats. So that might be a negative side of reorganization. And I think, Dr. Szymanski could point to some of the things that have happened within veterinary services, where maybe we got less support on the federal level than we had before. Silver lining of that cloud is that we're hiring those people. And so they're filling some jobs for us. So there's some downsides to that, but I just wanted to call your attention to that because that's something I think was out there for public comment. Maybe it still is, or
I believe it still is.
And so, but that's out there. We have not planned as a Department of Livestock to comment on that either one way or another. There are some positive things, but as I just mentioned, there are also some negative things. So, I mean, one of the things I think you get concerned about with if you have people who are in DC who are good at what they do, and then they're told they're going to have to move to Denver or Salt Lake, and they say, no, I'm here. This is where my life is. I'm not going to take that job. And then, the concern might be is we lose a lot of institutional knowledge from that core and people who have a lot of experience doing what they're doing. So that's one of the downsides of it. But it's not something we had decided to weigh in on or make a comment on, but I just wanted to bring it up to this group because if you've, like I said, it's busy. It's a busy time of year. So if you've missed that, that is something that's going on at the federal level as a big reorganization of USDA. So with that, I'll stop on that. I'll go back to the first bullet point before Dr. Szymanski talks about the tour. I think you guys got a good beat yesterday. About the only thing I'd mention on that front of Yellowstone National Park bison, IBMP from my standpoint, which is we do have an IBMP meeting coming up in October.
28th, 29th, somewhere in there.
Or September. Or
October.
October. Okay, so ways away. And looks like it might be a virtual meeting, which is good. And one of the reasons for that is we are still in a situation where the state of Montana, has brought litigation against Yellowstone National Park over the EIS and how we were dealt with as a cooperator. And there's other folks on the other side who have also brought litigation. And so pretty much every partner sitting around the table is in litigation with each other. So it kind of restricts a lot of what we can talk about.
Good healthy discussion.
Yeah. So that's why it's probably going to be a virtual meeting to just do what we have to do for the fall, which is talk about the season ahead and what everybody's going to do their part. When and if we're needed to do our part based on when bison start coming out of the park. So I'm assuming that that's about all we can talk about is operational level things. So that's what I was going to say, just that there'll be a meeting and it'll most likely be virtual.
So just refresh me on what part of the EIS we is in our litigation against them.
So the states, just to break it down, and Lindsay could probably be more technical, but I think if I broke it down to the very, very basic level, which is that the state as a cooperator did not get the opportunity at cooperation to provide feedback on potential alternatives, to put potential alternatives on the table that we believe is required of federal agencies in working with cooperators on those types of initiatives before the EIS is even formed and goes out to the public. So when you hear me say that we're a cooperator with BLM or a cooperator with the Park Service on something, that's only available to government agencies. It's not available to stakeholder groups, but you actually are a part of meetings well ahead of the EIS even coming out, and you're able to do things like offer potential alternatives that you want to see in there, and to give feedback on it before it ever gets out to the public process. And that's where the state feels like we were not consulted as a cooperator properly. All parties in that the EIS, there were a couple of meetings, but not really anything formative, and then all of a sudden an EIS come out and said, pick an alternative. But we didn't really get a chance to provide feedback on that ahead of that process.
So there's no specific points in the EIS necessarily. It's just the fact that we weren't at the table to help form.
I would say that's the base of it. I don't want to go any deeper than that, but unless Lindsay wants
There's
to. But
6 causes of action. 5 of them are based on the National Environmental Policy Act and various alleged violations of the procedure for doing a EIS. And then there's a 6th one that has to do with more the substance and like the effect on the range in Yellowstone. So it's not a NEPA claim. So there's the one that Mr. Honeycutt was talking about is one of the causes of action, but there's other ones as well.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm just trying not to get too, but at a base level, that's what it's about. And yes, and another thing that folks can challenge, and that's what, so the other side of the coin. So you've actually had some conservation groups that have challenged it, saying that they didn't properly analyze science that they thought they should have. That one, they didn't give enough analysis on the National Academy of Sciences study on elk in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem and things of that nature, that the park did not incorporate that into their potential alternatives properly. So that's, as I said, there's procedural things, but then there's also things that go with, here's a piece of science that you didn't analyze. And on our side, and I think it's as since Ms. Simon mentioned it, I know it's something that Mr. Redfield is very familiar with, and is did we analyze the science properly on the effects of those large ungulate populations on the range health in Yellowstone National Park? Was that science properly analyzed and incorporated into the potential alternatives? But it's interesting though, because the litigation is coming from both directions, and that just makes it very difficult for us to talk about much more than what we're going to do with bison this year should they walk out of the park.
I guess the reason I'm asking is just kind of a setup, because the gentleman that spoke to us down at Stevens Creek, of course, he knew the group he was talking to, and the cooperation that he talked about between agencies and the way they were managing, to me, seemed to make a fair amount of sense on how they were managing the population, basically, of bison. So that's why I asked the question. So I guess I don't know, Dr. Spencer, you want to give? I'm just thinking, and oh yeah, I'm glad to see Eric back in the picture, because we talked about this, or what we're going to talk, and I decided we'd wait till you were able to be here to hear. And then I looked up about the time Dr. Spencer came in, and Eric wasn't there. So the two people that weren't able to be there and really realize what the terrain looked like and everything, I was hoping that both of you could be here, because these two are quite familiar with what we got to see yesterday. But I guess I'll just open up, and there was 2 or 3 takeaways that I had. One takeaway was the small number of actual quarantined animals that were in quarantine facilities, that go through the whole process. And of course, the time this process takes from the time they are captured at Stevens Creek until they are available to be transported to Fort Peck to their final year of semi-quarantine, I guess it'd be or I guess it's still a quarantine facility up there. They have to have one more test after a year after leaving the facilities down here in the valley. But and the other thing that really got my attention was the hunting area. And when we were talking about it in the past, I envisioned a much larger area with maybe some scattered timber, just kind of what you would think as a hunter would be the place that you would pursue wild game. And it's not that at all, Greg and Eric. It is, I mean,
it's a killing field.
Yes, and it's, the parking lot here and the footprint of these 2 hotels would take quite a bit of the area. It looked to me like that for this. So when we talked about the impact of the gut piles on the local people there, there's a house right across the street from the parking area. So from here to the breakfast area, from the parking area where the hunting takes place, just off the road, I could see where, those people in that house would be a little concerned if they looked out and then, just the size and the number of animals that were killed that one year in that small of an area. So maybe Dr. Szymanski can give us a few more the facts on that. But that was the 2 takeaways. And the Stevens Creek facility was interesting too. But that was my 2 takeaways, I guess, was
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Tanya Szymanski, State Veterinarian. We looked at all of the kind of the landmarks that are relevant as far as bison management is concerned, so that the board members that were present could understand zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, where the areas are that hunting can happen. There's actually kind of 3 distinct areas as you move up the Gardner Basin where hunting can occur. How we manage when they get to that kind of northern limit of zone 2, what management on the ground looks like as far as the strategies behind hazing and timing of hazing, and where we push them to. We spent time at a couple of the quarantine facilities, talked about what is necessary to comprise a quarantine facility. So there's conversations about double fencing, about drainage and runoff. We don't want infectious material from the outside draining into the inside because of a heavy rain, and likewise from inside to out. We looked at the facility that the park uses for trapping and kind of how they work animals through that facility. It's a remarkable facility in that you can see it from the road if you know what you're looking for, but you cannot tell kind of how expansive and what is accomplished there from the road. So it's something that it's really cool to see, I think, in person. And then we talked a fair bit about the quarantine process as well, just understanding the timing of that and what they see as they move those animals through testing.
So I guess the other thing that caught my attention now I think about it when you talk about Stevens Creek is, I don't know how many acres that footprint was.
Mr. Chair, I believe that we estimated about 80 acres in that conversation.
Yes, 80 acres. And quite a few miles of steel fence, and it's all philanthropic money. It's not government money that built that facility. That the gentleman that spoke to us is a government employee, and there's other government employees there, but basically it sounds like that is the only government monetary involvement in that facility. Is that correct statement?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, the quarantine facility, the handling facilities. So there's actually 2 full sets of handling facilities at Stevens Creek. One is considered the dirty side. So that's where animals are trapped during the winter months and processed. And then if they get a clean test and are decided to enter into the quarantine facility, they move through a series of gates over to the clean side. The quarantine pens are all philanthropic. The handling facilities are National Park Service budget.
Oh,
so there's 2 different kind of 2 different streams there. Yeah.
But yes, great.
And going through the facilities, it's only young females that they test to move on through the quarantine, and everything else is sent.
So they will capture. So they historically have captured kind of a range of ages. What they have learned over the years is that the older animals are when they're captured, the higher risk of them having been exposed in nature. And so the youngest population of animals that you can capture, the fewer animals that fail that quarantine process. Mm-hmm. So they try to focus their captures on yearlings and 2-year-olds. They historically, over the last couple of years, we've graduated a tremendous number of males. So they'll build cohorts or quarantine groups that are either all female or all male. They've done a lot of males over the last couple of years. They're trying to push some females through. So the last kind of groups that have been pulled in have been a little bit more heavy on the female side. Males move through the quarantine process much faster than females do. So that's the appeal of the male. They can breed more females once they get out. So the genetic spread goes faster. But people do want the female like the females to come out as well. So they just take a lot longer to accomplish that.
So maybe give the time frame for Eric and
Mr. Chair, so for males that are captured in the spring, they would all come in with a negative test, and then they start serially testing them. They'll usually wait about 60 days after they come in, and then they'll test them every 30 days. until they get 2 negative tests on that group, which usually will happen kind of in the September, October realm. And then they just let them sit until they get to the 300-day mark from when they entered quarantine. They'll test them one last time. And if everybody remains negative, then they graduate and are able to transfer to Fort Peck, where they will go through one more year of essential isolation up there and have
That's
a
the
final
males
test.
now that you're talking about.
This
the
is
300.
males. It's
Yeah,
just males. For males, because the risk of transmission amongst them is so low, if one tests positive, it doesn't affect the rest of the cohort. So that's how you're able to move them through a fair bit faster. They just tested a group of animals that were captured this spring last week, a week and a half ago, and they had like 6 or 7 positives in there. So that doesn't kind of set back the rest of the group on males. Males can be captured and then in roughly 2 full years could be released from the assurance facility up in Fort Peck and be distributed to tribes around the continent, I guess at this point in time, as we're moving them to Canada. For females, they likewise try to capture them at 1 or 2 years of age. They have to likewise go through that initial 300-day period where they're not, where they get to a negative test, and then they have to be bred. So as early as you can get them bred, hopefully you can get them bred as 2-year-olds so that they will calve at 3. So if they come in as yearlings, get bred as 2-year-olds, go through a pregnancy after they calve, they get darted within 5 days of calving. They will collect samples on them and submit them for attempted culture and serology. If they're negative, then they stay in the protocol. And at 6 months post-calving, they get 1 additional test. And at that point in time, they graduate. So you're looking at typically 750 days plus for females just in phase 2. And then they will go on to phase 3 for that additional year. So females take a lot longer. Bison don't always breed up at 2, so they end up breeding a lot of 3-year-olds, which just adds another 365 days.
So do the offspring?
The offspring graduate with the dam. Yep. If there was a positive post-calving, it would impact the entire cohort because that's when brucellosis is spread. So that would, females, there's a lot more opportunities for setback once you get into that, the breeding era of the quarantine process.
And that would set back to that cohort would be a 750 day.
It would start the clock over.
Yeah, so then we asked specifically, so okay, in that case, what happens? And I guess maybe I shouldn't give his comment in public, but basically it's a real setback if they have a positive after the calving. It really sets the program back, and it's a dilemma as where to go from there. And there's other options.
Fortunately,
But he also said
has
that
never
hasn't
happened.
happened
Yep.
yet.
Yeah,
It's never
exactly.
happened in 20 years.
That's right.
So.
Wow.
So, I guess another, and then I open up to you. But another thing that I hadn't thought about, and the question was asked. So there's 6,000 head of buffalo in the park, roughly, or 5,000, I guess now. That's what 5,300. If they all came out, could this facility handle them, or would there be leakage paths? And what's the scenario going to look like if we get a winter where everybody comes out? And he said, well, there's somewhere just under 50% of the population is bulls. 40-some% I think is of the 5,300 in the park are bulls, and the bulls basically don't come out. I forget what percentage of bulls come out, but a very low percentage. So of that 5,300, probably the most animals, if every cow came out, it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,000, and they could handle 3,000 head at that facility. They could trap that many and handle them. So the worst case scenario of a mass movement that could get past the hunting grounds and stuff and impact the industry, I guess. I feel way more confident after being there and listening to him that, you know, that at least in the Paradise Valley is probably not as, not a real high.
I'll disagree a little bit because you probably gonna look at the Stevens Creek and the Gardner Basin part, but you go up, Deckard Flat and that way, they come in around behind. They get a lot there. They hunt that area some. They don't move there as much. You'll see more of the bulls moving that way.
Is that,
So
Alan,
now,
is that up for Jardine?
Jardine, yes.
okay.
Jardine, yeah.
And so you'll see them, and I've ridden ridden from Joe Brown, which is just past the cattle guards, and ridden up and gone all the way around to Jardine, and it's an easy trip on horse. So you know, bull bison is not a problem, and that's what we saw more leaking out of the area would be the bulls going over the tops and things. And
So on the east side of the river more so than the west side of the river.
the west side, but on the west side, they go back in and go over into Tom
Minor Basin.
Yeah, but they're pretty. When they get in there, they're fairly confined also. But
Because there's what's the slip and slide?
right,
If they go over that, they end up basically in your backyard. Is that?
Daily Lake, and that's where we had one 2 summers ago.
Yeah.
Ended up at Daily Lake.
Mhm.
Which is not far from you, is that?
Well, it's not that far, but you know, there's a lot of terrain that holds them back. Cutler Meadow, which is meadow across the river when you first go in the canyon from the cattle garden, that's part of that state ground, and then Church Universal's in there, and they take private hunters. So if it's the Native Americans, in fact, they took a few of the Native Americans who didn't have the tags or the
Treaty rights.
agreements. So,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, was it the Cheyenne? Is that the tribe that doesn't have? Was that what was mentioned?
the Crows don't have one,
No.
and the Blackfeet have limited. So, I mean, the outfitter at Church Universal took Tyson Runnable, took him hunting. He was saying, I don't have a tag. We can't do it. He said, you got a tag? Yeah, I got a tag. He said, well, come with me. And they went and got one out there on the meadows. So, but when you were there and you looked at, it was an interesting meeting when you go to meetings with the people when I was a legislature and they were doing that, and they had, I mean, Park County was hauling carcasses or the cut piles away. I mean, dump truckloads. You know, you get 3 different bed and breakfast things there, multiple things, and then there's a lot of local people. The Native American hunters are. You can go to a meeting when they have all the tribes together, and it's very interesting because they don't like each other. And I went to one meeting, and I wasn't sure that somebody wasn't going to get hurt in it because it was pretty wild. We found out. I got a phone call about people hunting at night, and it was the Buffalo Field campaign was shooting fireworks to keep them from coming out across the park line, so nobody could hunt. So there's you got all those factors involved. I mean, a bunch of those people just live there, and they're harassing the hunters and a previous employee had to hide beside his pickup because of the gunfire that was going on, zinging by them because they just when they start shooting.
That's what when you see the size of that area, it's a bit scary when you think about that. When they 600 or something or 900, was that the number that was killed there?
Mr. Chair, that winter of 21-22, when 4,000 bison migrated into the Gardner Basin, they harvested about 1,400 animals total that winter. 60% of those were in Beatty Gulch area. So a substantial chunk of them.
Yeah.
And if you look at that area and you put 3,000 to 4,000 bison, there's nothing left. I mean, this table has exactly what they have to eat.
There's not a lot there right now.
No, I mean, this is a bad year for And, you know, they're,
Yeah.
that's the scary part, is because when they're hungry, they gotta go somewhere. 'Cause
Yeah.
They don't get fed.
Well, he said they do.
They feed the
Yeah.
ones in the around the quarantine facility, but they don't
Yeah.
feed the whole 3,000 head.
Well, no. He said they did feed a little bit, but then the elk come in, and then they end up with the elk in their facility, and they don't want them in there. So.
And I proposed to the government people a couple of times to allow hunting from the original park line to the current park line. Because River Park line was closer to Mammoth, and you get all those rolling hills there between there's that ridge that's right there going north, and then going north of those rolling hills.
Mm-hmm.
That would open it up more, because it's one, it's not ethical. Two, it's dangerous. And that there used to be a lot of high fence pins and stuff in those flats out there by going to Beatty Gulch, and it was for studying grass, trying to regenerate grass, and if you notice what's there, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Because that was Sturmis's hay meadows, and they used to irrigate it.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the 50s, they planted cheatgrass, or not cheatgrass, but crested wheatgrass there. So they have something to eat early in the spring for the elk. The bison weren't a problem at the time for the elk. Well, then they decided it was non-native, so then they sprayed that all out and tried to reestablish grasses. And in 20 years, they could never get a grass established because of the arid part of that.
Well, and then the impact of the wildlife right at the time is right.
This was even with high pins, and they were.
Oh, is that right?
They couldn't get anything established.
Huh.
There's still a couple of pens there that they're trying to, because I asked, and they said they're trying to grow some grass or trying to do something.
Yeah.
Well, they took a lot of them out. There was acres and acres and acres of those pins. And I don't know, did you go into Gardner on that back?
We did.
So when you went by, there is a exposure where it's been there for
A long time.
since the 1900s.
Yeah.
And you look in there, and the difference inside and out is amazing. And there's no grazing in it. If it was grazed a little bit, it'd be better. Because we did tours with Hal Hunter and a few of the range scientists around the western United States into the park. We have photo history of the rangeland from the 1890s to current time, and the documented changes are just unbelievable.
Well, you all know that grazing has an impact, right? Correct grazing can have a positive impact. Incorrect grazing sure to have a negative impact on range health for sure. So,
Well, for one example, if you go to Lamar, which should be the winter range for the bison, but the kinds of them in there right now. And they're talking about how because they put wolves in there, all of a sudden that the willows were coming back. Well, they did for a little while until we had a bad year and everybody ate them. Didn't matter what species they were eating, all the willows.
sure.
So,
Yeah.
then, there's species that aren't there anymore. There's no moose to speak of.
Yeah. So I think both you, Eric and Greg, you would have really enjoyed it. I guess I'm sorry that you weren't able to, but for me it was, like you said, that hunting ground was the part that just amazed me when you look at the area that we're talking about, killing that many animal, and there's no other area. I mean, unless they would agree to do what you propose, which would make way more sense and probably be way more palatable to.
I mean, if they just let the Native Americans do
Yeah.
it would change it considerably.
Yeah, it wouldn't be quite what the firing line scenario that's there now.
When they first started talking about doing a quarantine facility, they wanted to put it at Daly Lake. There was a big push to do that. And the former head of the FWP was pushing it. And I got ambushed at Montana Stock Road meeting, and we did it on purpose so we can keep it from getting into the valley. Cause if you got a quarantine facility in the valley, you'd have to let them get that far.
Sure.
And if you got them that far,
That's far.
it's gone.
Yeah. No, that's right. The natural barrier. And the other thing that I guess, when I was coming down there last summer, I called Mike because I had a group that I was trying to explain some of the zones and stuff. And when he was talking to me while I was on the bus, it just didn't sink in where the zones were in the cattle guard. Well, the cattle guard's not there today.
Yeah.
The cattle guard will be there in October sometime. They pull the cattle guard out and put cement covered steel plates in place of the cattle guard, so that it's not a danger to motorcycles, I guess, and basically. But you don't even notice it. I mean, you can see the cattle guard sitting off to the side of the road that's ready to get put back in, but most people going by probably don't even see that cattle guard, don't realize, and it's a natural barrier in the cattle guard there, so, and it works. But if you didn't have that cattle guard and they get around that corner.
Well, for the first couple of years, they didn't even have a fence. They had the cattle guards in with
No fence on either side.
Excuse me, but, you know, I'm good.
Yeah, that would be good. So, all right. Yes, William.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Chair. The interesting part I found on the grounds where they were shooting, if somebody harvested one, they put a flag on they said they put a red flag on the fence post to warn all the other hunters that somebody's picking up a carcass and not to shoot or something like that.
Yeah, I think you have to be a brave soul to go up there and retrieve your carcasses. There's other animals in there.
I know a few young men that hunt wolves, and when they start doing that harvest, they'll go up there early and get wolves right off those carcasses.
What are you talking about?
Well, there's a few of them. There's more than one, but it's not me. No, any desire.
Yeah. All right.
Mr. Chair, I was gonna jump in and state for the record, there was not a quorum of board members
No,
at this
right.
tour, so it
Yeah.
does not meet the legal definition of meeting.
No, there was 3.
Even though I guess Alan should have gone, led the tour himself.
Could.
Yeah.
I can take Greg and Eric sometimes if they want to go.
I would add, Mr. Chair, we inspect the facilities every year. And so if there's another board member that's interested in seeing the facilities, we could do it. They're welcome to jump in when we go down and do the inspection.
When you say we, maybe you should define we.
Department of Livestock and USDA go down and inspect the facilities every year to verify that they still have met all the requirements of a quarantine facility. We go up and do Fort Peck every 3 years, and the ones in the Gardner Basin every year.
It's a pretty impressive facility, really.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch them work in there, when things are happening, it gets woolly. You watch them slamming and banging.
Well, it was well worth our time. Jake, do you have any?
I think, one of the most interesting parts to me was listening to the guy who runs the bison facility talk, and he sees our side of it, but the pressures he gets from the other side, the people that want to keep all the bison in the park and have 10,000 of them in there, and then the different environmental groups, the government side, he has a lot of balls that he's trying to juggle. And from our conversation, like you said earlier, I think he knew his audience, but from our conversation with him, I think he's a good person to have in that position. I think he understands where we're coming from, also understands the conservation side of it, the genetic side of it. He gets it all, and I think from our conversation, does a good job of managing that. It was interesting to me when he said last winter 2,000 came out of the park. They trapped 1,960 of them, and they could have trapped all 2,000, but they let 40 go by for the hunters. I mean, when you think about gathering cattle, we usually don't get that good of a percentage. And they're gathering bison. I mean, the way the place
Wildlife is food.
wild bison. The place where that Stevens Creek facility is, I mean, a mastermind put that in there because they can get every single animal that comes out of the park that's on in the vat. Maybe not where you're talking about going, but I mean, just the efficiency of the trapping of that facility is pretty amazing. But he has to juggle the hunters, and what they want, because he was the bad guy last year because not enough of them got by. And I mean, I do not want his job.
No.
Ever. He can keep it.
No, I agree with that, yeah.
But I think the work that they do to help us and vice versa, I think that relationship has to stay. Because without that relationship, we'd have bigger problems.
And that, I mean, like I said earlier, he knew what audience he was talking to, and the cooperation that he talked about between all the agencies, and it just, I agree. I was impressed with what he had to say. So, and Dr. Szymanski, you would agree that that's the actual scenario you see from your side?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Throughout the year, we're in pretty consistent contact. When we get into the time of year where bison are moving out of the park, it's daily communication. So I think really good coordination. When we do those spring inspections, it's a great time for us to rehash kind of what worked the year before, what are things that we need to be thinking about going forward. So we're fortunate how well we all work together, I think.
I guess the other thing that caught my attention was the number of facilities that we have available to process the bison that come out of that quarantine facility. The positives that need to go to slaughter is down to 3. Is that correct right now?
Yes, 3.
So, that's probably something that could be a bottleneck in the future if we lose any more of those processing facilities. Is that a correct statement?
Yes. As some of the historical plants that we've used have grown, gone under federal inspection, they've got a full slate of work to do. And so fitting in a high volume of bison in the spring is very difficult. There are a few that'll take kind of onesies and twosies. Like those 6 that I just mentioned, they're going to need an outlet in the near future. Sometimes we can find outliers on those, but when we get into more consistent shipments like in March and they're higher numbers, finding plants that can take 20 bison a day for 2 weeks straight is very difficult. Also, it's expensive to haul them, and so finding places that are closer to the Gardner Basin are certainly desirable. So it's a challenge for sure.
So I guess Eric's doing other things. Great.
So when they harvest them, do they do a normal cut or is they just burger, or what's the protocol?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, so for this instance where we talk about animals that are shipped to slaughter, the federal treaty tribes can sign MOUs with the park where they will receive these animals after they've been processed. Currently there's only one tribe that's exercising that right option, and they pay for them to go to a processing facility. I think that processing facility just breaks them down to halves, and then the tribe halves or quarters, and then the tribe comes and picks them up and takes them back to do further processing on the reservation.
Okay.
Really?
And they all go to CSKT.
CSKT takes them. Yeah.
All of the carcasses or whatever. So, all right, Eric, do you have any questions or anything? Greg, any more?
So
yes,
just a quick clarification. We haul them to the plant, they slaughter them, and as soon as they're chopped and cooled out, CSKT comes and grabs it and takes it.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, great question. So the Park Service will occasionally haul, but CSKT has handled all of that. So they haul them. They provide the law enforcement escort. The Park Service seals them. Occasionally we'll seal them, or excuse me, USDA seals them. Occasionally we will seal those trailers when they leave the park. And then we unseal them when they get to the destination and verify that inventory reconciliation to make sure that they all are slaughtered. But the tribe is who has been hauling them. Last winter when we were trying to really push animals through and get them to slaughter, Park Service, DOL, and USDA helped out with hauling, but that's really the exception to how that works.
So we don't have any law enforcement. They're handling that. When the Park Service hauled, were we involved in?
Occasionally, yep. I think Officer Himmelsbach hauled 2 loads, so he pulled the bison. I think Zach Martin might have also pulled a few loads of bison, and we did a couple of police escorts as well.
So when we have an employee driving the tow vehicle, is that sufficient as far as an escort?
Mr. Chair, the rationale of having an escort is that if there were to be an accident and we had loose bison, that they could be dispatched by the travel vehicle or the attending vehicle. The risk of doing it that way is that if the driver is also the escort and they're injured in that accident, they would not be able to do so. So we have allowed that for very short distances. But if it's like from the facility in Stevens Creek to the interstate, we've allowed that, but we try to always get a second vehicle in it to tail with them.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. So we're running a little bit behind. So you want to take a break now, or you want to get?
Yeah, we need to take a break.
Okay.
Most people already have taken a break.
Yeah.
And we'll skip Jay and get right into per capita fee. I know we have people who are on a tight schedule and need to leave.
Private jet.
So we need to get to that. So Brian, you'll be up next when we come back from break, FYI.
All right. We will adjourn for what are we, 20 after?
Yeah, that'd be good. Going back. You're good to go, Mr. Chair.
All right. I'm going to call this meeting. Oh, that's loud. Back to order. Sorry about that. So we're going to skip the brands. You go right into the Fiscal Bureau, and Brian, I guess we'll have the floor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And with that, Brian, if you're there, if you'd introduce yourself for the record, and we're going to turn that over to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff. Brian Simonson, your Deputy Executive Officer, for the record. I'm going to go over a few things today, starting with September is the time of the year that we set the per capita fee rate so that Evan can get a memo off the Department of Revenue and they can start their process for getting notices out and getting the whole ball going. September is the time we need to do that and get that done. Briefly, I'll go through the 4 pages that I see Mike's got up there. Just to explain them more so probably for the public. For a refresher for the board or for the public too, I did go back and look. 2023, 2023, we reduced, just for history on what we've done with per capita fee, we've reduced the bison fee by about 1/3, and then increased everybody by 2%, and then also increased the poultry by 10%. So they got a penny increase. So 2023 was a good year for bison, not so good for chicken. 2024, we increased across the board 2% for everybody. That didn't affect chickens. So you got to raise them 9 or 10% to get that penny. So now we're at 2025, and I'll just start here with the top of this first page and quickly go through that, and then hopefully, and you can stop me at any time, obviously, but I would just say, hopefully after that, we have some discussion about where we're going.
Well, Brian.
All right. Yep. Yes, sir.
So you have a 3-year average here on dollars. Maybe, and maybe you are going to anyway, but if you would just put a little context on that as far as actual numbers that these livestock numbers that the dollar amounts are based on, so that we kind of have both sides to look at. You understand what I'm getting at?
Maybe, sir. The last page of this is going to be the actual 11-year trend lines for the livestock.
Okay.
So maybe we want to start there. But MCA, the law states that, and this is not, I don't think we've ever raised, in my time here, we've never raised the limit above 2%. But MCA restricts us to 110% of a 3-year average. So that at the top there, you see the what we've collected in per capita fee, strictly per capita fee taxes. There's some other things that go into per capita fee, like interest, savings, indirects, that kind of thing that you'll see on the revenue pages. But just for what we're collecting from the public for the per capita fee tax, these are the numbers for fiscal year 23, 24, and 25. So you take the average of that gives you that 4.8 million you see there in blue, and then 110% of that, and you can see that's 5,286,000. Down in the remarks there, the very bottom number of that first, or the very last number of the first block says 319,023. That would be the maximum increase from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26 that we could implement at 110%. So you can just 319 is the max number, and then we can do anything, between here and there. That's that page. It does say there, less than 2%. 2% goes to the Department of Revenue. Just they take that off the top when they do their services for the Department of Livestock. So that's part of the makeup. The next three pages are going to be just scenarios. The first page is a 1% increase, which is, a good math problem. So if we raise it 2%, we just essentially double that, maybe a teeny bit more, so rounding. The next page after that is a 3% increase, because and the last page is, we can just sit on one of these pages, Mike. Okay. The last page for this is a 6%, and I just call this out before I go to any detail, because the 6% is the maximum that we can increase for that 319 number, without going a whole percentage point or rounding numbers over that, and it generates about $290,000 at 6%. For each of these pages, they're essentially the same except for that math in the yellow. What you have here from left to right is what we've collected in this last year round of the number of cattle, number of livestock. The present rate, what we got for total revenue out of that 4,958,000. Those four lines are all the same for all three of those pages. And then the percentage rate increase, or what the amount would be, is that fifth line. And then of course you add that to the present rate, and then you do the math and you find out what your revenue would be from there. So on this one in particular, you can see that we're saying down in the writing, we're saying that we collect 142,000 more than we did this year. So that would be what a 3% increase would get you. The last page, Mike, if you just jump up there. We started doing that a few years ago, but just to give a frame of reference to the board and the public as far as what the trends in the livestock industry have been for per capita fee reporting. This is what's reported to the Department of Revenue every year. I think just a couple highlights there. You can see the cattle over the last 3 years has steadily increased from from a big drop from 21 to 22 for sure, and then but 23, 24, and 25. In the last year, 2025, we had a 2% increase cattle reported for I think that's about 39,000, almost 40,000 head of cattle more than the previous year. Other than that, the only other big jumper for the most part would be the poultry again. They increased 113,000 or nearly 8% from the previous year. So I don't think they've had a down year, maybe one in their time. You can see that trend line is pretty good. And then from there, I would just open up the conversation to the board, and I could give you some positives and negatives, but maybe I'll withhold that until I hear what some of the questions or line of questions are, Mr. Chair.
So I guess I have a question, maybe partly for you and partly for William. I see the swine. I know there's been a few more swine facilities built by some of the colonies, but so that decreases, that have to do with the age of the animals as they're getting shipped, probably more than the actual numbers of swine in the state.
Mr. Chair, so what these numbers reflect is, if, say, example, you have a 500 head finisher, and they finish them out, and they get over what's the reporting age? 6 months. If
Is that
9 months.
9 months?
Mm-hmm. 9 months. But it shouldn't change then, because you take a 500 head finisher, and if they report 500 sows versus they switch to isolene, they're at 1,000 sows or 1,500 sows, and they don't report the finishers. I'm kind of thinking it's a seesaw there with not having the older pigs versus the younger pigs. Now everything gets shipped out at 21 days.
Yeah. Well, that's the part that.
Mr. Chair, just for
Yes.
clarity, it's 3 months, so that might help with
Swine's 3 months.
the
Okay.
timeline for swine. Yeah,
But it's your inventory 3 months of age and older on February 1st. It's on that date. So if you're reporting what your inventory is on that date, swine, poultry are certainly two species that, depending on what's happening in your operation on February 1st, if you stay true to that, and I'm sure some people don't stay true to that, they probably just report a number that makes sense for them, but you're certainly not capturing all the swine and all the poultry that are matriculating through the state of Montana in a given year, because you're looking at February 1st inventories.
Yes, William.
So, Mr. Chair, let's say on the poultry side, if a producer has 50,000 birds or 60,000, and they rotate half of the flock, so that'd be 25 or 30,000 less. So can the reporting period be changed for the physical year versus just February 1st to capture the?
It would take legislation to do that. It's set by law. The ages and the reporting date are set within statute. And we don't get, just for that's also something I always have to explain to people, is we're also not catching all cattle that are living in the state of Montana in a given year, because animals that are born on ranch after February 1st and shipped before the next February 1st, we never capture those animals either.
But that's more.
But you got to set a time.
Well, but that's more of a historic trend. I mean, there wouldn't be a variation in most instances. Most producers in Montana calve in the spring, sell their calves in the fall. That doesn't change like maybe a swine operation or a poultry operation. But you look at the poultry it's mostly colonies that have the poultry facilities, but that trend line is up where the swine had a steep fall there sometime, I don't know what. Yeah. So,
Well, there were also the COVID impacts. I don't know how much that impacted you guys cyclically on the swine side in Montana, but swine inventories nationally declined a lot right after COVID.
Mr. Chair, right now in Montana, there's a big transition the last 3-4 years. There's probably 10% of the farms that are left finish pigs, and everybody else there's no inventory of they're just sows.
Mhm.
So everybody's switching gears to isoine because you have to truck your feed in and ship the hog out. There's no money to be made there. So it's good. It'll give it 5-6 years. It'll be exclusively isoines, and we're just talking sow numbers versus inventory numbers of finishers and 3 months of age.
So theoretically, this line should more stabilize
Mhm.
more on the swine industry.
Are there any more poultry barns or hog barns scheduled to come online or
there's
being built, I guess I should say?
Mr. Chair, there's lots of construction going on, and especially on the poultry side. The new wave of Costco wants these pasture barns that require 50 acres to raise 20,000 birds. So they have 100 square feet per bird.
Yeah.
There's actually currently 14 of them under construction.
Oh, wow.
They have 20,000 each. And on the swine side, there's also a lot of construction going on.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
being planned or being built. So their numbers will go up.
So they'll be where they're marked in a 21-day.
Yes, everything's switched to ice. I mean, it's not sustainable to finish a pig in Montana. It's just not possible.
So, but you look at that swine, it's still showing a downward trend on numbers there yet.
Just
Right at the end of that. And it seems like that should have stabilized by now, but maybe not. The other one that, of course, Alan has, it was Nida's pet peeve, I guess, more so than Alan. But
I was just going to bring it up. We aren't getting all the horses. Just for her, I have to say that.
Well, you look at that trend line, and it's hard to believe that that's the actual trend line of horses in Montana.
It's not. It's not even close.
So, getting back to the always the same discussion is how do you capture? And does everybody have any new ideas on how you capture that potential income?
Without a man on the ground knocking on doors, I don't see how you can.
Yeah. My issue is I get lots of reports that they're unreported, but nobody will give me a name and an address. Because I have lots of people, even on cattle, who say my neighbor doesn't report. Okay, who's your neighbor? What's their address? What's their phone number? Well, no, I don't want to do that.
So how does you know he doesn't report?
They don't, but sometimes people suspect, or it's sometimes difficult. We do get reports, just FYI. I mean, it's one of the things we deal with different business names. Because sometimes people report under different business names, and so somebody thinks somebody hasn't reported, but they have reported because you don't see William Kleinsaucer on a report. You see a business name because they're paying their per capita that way. But on horses, no, certainly I think we recognize, the trend in horses with that trending down, whether it's taken that sort of trend down or not, is, I do believe there are fewer people who are big time into commercial horses, but recreational horse owners, folks who don't view their horses as livestock, people who aren't familiar with our regulations, they move to Montana. Those are the people that it's just tough. It's an education piece. Tanya will give an update later, but I know as part of her investigation into EIA, You find some people in that where there were no inspection records or there were no and I'm taking people at face value based on how long they've been in the state, where they come from, that they just had no clue. And so how do we educate people? So as far as how we compliance, the best ideas we've come up with is there a way to connect with realtors who are selling ranch and ranchette properties to, notify people that, hey, if you're going to be bringing livestock to this property, you might want to check out what the different regulations are for Montana, or extension agents, or whoever it is that insurance companies, whoever is dealing with these people, because they're not in a commercial industry. And so your connection to them has to be through different means than we use for other species. But no, we know a few years ago when we did our heavy lift, that we found people who hadn't reported, and when we looked at horse inspection records, animal health records, and we compared that to the per capita fee, we know we found people who had not reported, and when we got letters, we had there. I don't know. I think there's a year you can see it reflected. Trying to remember what year we did that, but
Looks like 2020.
yeah, 2020. So when we went up like 1,000 horses, that was the year that we did that. So we did get a few back into the mix. But I will tell you, without having completely computerized records, which we're working towards, that was a very heavy lift. That was a lot of manual comparing brand ownership lists, horse inspection lists, CVIs, those types of things to the horse list for per capita. So it was a lot of manual labor of our staff.
Probably didn't gain $1,000 on it.
No, and I don't mean to be remiss. I mean, I know it's government, and we should be getting every penny we should have. You've heard me say that. I try to think about it from a business perspective sometimes, that is it worth spending $30,000 to get $5,000? So sometimes for the lack of a better term, the juice is not worth the squeeze for the amount of work or what we'd have to pay to get that answer doesn't yield enough revenue to make it make sense. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything. We should be trying to figure out how we educate these people. I mean, places like the spur line.
I say Murdochs. Murdochs should be the ones that are like,
yeah. I mean, but how we get to this group of people who don't intersect with the livestock industry in any other way.
Well, backyard flocks.
Yes.
How
I
many?
had my hand raised. I just wanted.
So, Lily, you have
Test you today.
yeah.
Mr. Chair, I think that we have to come up with a way that it's not just like, you own a horse, you have to report. It's like, this is what your per capita fee does. And especially in this like EIA outbreak, like your money is like helping control disease.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like a better way to tie it in, instead of just like, oh, the government wants to know how many horses you have.
Well, that's probably a perfect, and the timing right now would probably be the summer timing with all the diseases that horses would be. This would be the timing to promote what
like
we do
tell
for
the story
industry.
of why your per capita fee matters.
And I definitely think some outreach, because those are not groups we typically outreach to. But another group we probably miss is like the dude ranchers, the outfitters and guides, because those are people who own a lot of horses and may not be reporting.
Most of them are.
But most of them are. I've looked. I've had several people ask me about guest ranches before, and I've checked them and I've found them on the per capita list. So most everyone I've ever been asked about. But there's that. That's where our horses are these days, though, is in those types of operations. Other than the person who has one that they consider a pet, they don't consider it livestock, so they don't really look to see what livestock regulations they're supposed to follow.
Right.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so is that public information? Can you Google that? who pays capita, who doesn't, or who
You
pays?
can make a FOIA request, and it is public information, but you have to go through the process of making a formal um, Information Act request. So if you would have to disclose, we have to disclose it if asked, but we don't put it out there on a website for people to search through.
Yes.
I have one question for them. Is there a hog size, is there the new barns, is there like the 2,000 head is the most economical unit, or are they all over the board?
Well, that's a good question, Mr. Chair. That's a good question. Like, originally, when these ice wins started out, they called them a half and a full. They went 1,500 or 3,000. Now the going rate is between 2,000 and 2,200. So they're basically all over the board. It's what contract you made with your buyer on the other end, with his finisher side, his size of his finisher side is kind of what determines. So there. Make a long story short, there's nobody building a 1,500 anymore. It's 2,000 and up. In fact, we have a farm that's currently they have 3,000 sows. They're expanding. They're adding 2,000. They'll have 48 to 5,000 sows.
A lot of big group.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pigs.
So, Kay, is that, I guess we need to get back on this per capita, and I'm going to ask Brian to, I assume he has a recommendation, and then I'm going to ask him for justification from that recommendation on the expense side.
Mr. Chair, I think the boss has trained me pretty good to try to stay away from the recommendations. Maybe you can tease it out, because I do want to give you a little bit of basic revenue and expenses for per capita fee and the department. So 24, 25, and it's going to be 26 too, and 27. Essentially, our revenue as it is about 6 million is what we're bringing in for everything, including in per capita fee taxes, savings on the 7 million, we got about 7 million in a safety net, so we got about a year's worth of expenses in that safety net. So at this time of year, our balances look like 13 million. Well, you're making $500,000, $600,000 the last couple of years just in interest off of that. So that's really helpful. But when we start spending down, which I'll get to that here in a second, that savings number is going to come down too, right? Because you're not going to have 13 million in the bank anymore. So essentially, our revenue is 6 million a year. Our expenses for 24, 25, and 26 are somewhere between 6.5 million and 7 million. So at best, we're $500,000 eating into our revenue or reserves. At worst, we're about $1 million. And where does that come from? It comes from, in April and May last year, we looked at those EPP requests for the legislature, and we had $200,000 of ongoing cost increases that we authorized. So, and then when you look at the payroll jumped from somewhere between 5 to 7%, depending on who exactly we're talking about. And in the per capita fee side, we tend to have more of the higher pay levels for the department. So all the officers, the veterinarians would it fall into that kind of category. So when pay hits us hard, it hits per capita fee hard also. So essentially, what the board has been doing is trying to whittle that number down or stay current with that number is about the best we've been doing with that 2% increases. And then cattle and swine and chickens are helping us with revenue just because of the increasing numbers, which is baffling to me. But so we're holding even, which I think that's the positive remark at 2% increases. And I would predict that probably would continue if the livestock industry keeps growing, at a 2% rate or more, which it seems to be doing the last few years. Mr. Chair, I think I got everything out I wanted to there.
So there's an additional $1 million. You're talking about 5 million for per capita, another $1 million there roughly that other fees. So what's the status of those other fees? Are we are we gonna see an increase in those other fees, and what would that be when you look at the overall budget?
So, we plussed up our meat and poultry inspection through the legislature with 4 additional staff. Well, that will translate into some more indirect costs coming from the feds because they base those rates on FTEs for the most part. So we'll see some more there. That'll be minor, really, in the scheme of things. And then savings, that's all driven, by what we've got in the bank and what the interest rates are. And I'm not much of a fortune teller, but let's hope that those stay relatively stable. So that's where another 600,000 comes from is out of. You get about $1 million from indirects and savings right now.
Okay, so that $1 million includes that
Those two
$500,000
things.
savings. Okay, all right. Well, that's good to know. All right, Greg.
Just to clarify, yours, these numbers are on current animal counts, but we've seen about a 2% increase in animal numbers year over year.
In cattle, for sure.
So, okay. So there's going to be a little bit of increase in numbers, which will increase the amount a little bit. Okay, I understand. That's just why I need that clarification. So,
And as always, I'll put out the reminder that, cattle is the overwhelming driver on per capita fee. I mean, you can do whatever you want to the other species, and it has relatively little impact on the total just because cattle is the driver. It's the big hitter.
Yeah, the other species account for 600,000.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. So, when I was first looking through this and I see the 1, 3, and then 6, I'm wondering why we have the 6% even in there when we've been kind of doing a 2% every year. But listening to the numbers, I understand a little bit more why you threw the 6% in there.
Mr. Chair, really, it's because that's the maximum we could charge, and so I'm trying to give you the range of possibilities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, what I'm seeing, 1% doesn't make, there's not much difference in the percentage that you make at 1% and 2%. I mean, 6% pulls it from, it's 400,000 maybe.
Mr.
And the
Chair,
6%
Mr. Redfield, a 2% has given us about $100,000 increase because the cattle numbers have increased also, or the livestock as a whole has increased also. So you're getting a little bit of a compounding benefit there with your 2% increase. Maybe you should only be getting 85,000, but really you're getting little over 100,000 in new revenue.
The comment I'd make to add to Brian, which may start to formulate recommendations for 1 to 2 years, and also what I look for is justifications to your friends and neighbors, and maybe scapegoats for your friends and neighbors as you guys make this decision and you go back out. We do have to keep in mind the legislature has instituted a 2% pay increase for each year in the next biennium. So. And it's 2%, and then there's a gradient on or a set amount. So those who, whichever is greater. So really in the next 2 years, you're going to be looking at personal services, which is the large, pay is the largest driver of our budget, and it's going to increase 4 to 5%. The legislature has already decreed that it's going to happen. That's something we have to address, right? Now for the previous 7 or 8 years, we found ourselves in a position where we were adding to that balance every year. So the reason we didn't make increases in those years is we really had no justification for it. We were plussing our reserves were getting bigger every year. So if we asked for more per capita, it just really, I don't think we really had a good public justification for why we needed to do that. And so that's why we always kind of had a recommendation of, in those years that we don't make any increase at all. But understanding that inflation is what inflation is, I'm not as I'm not a fortune teller either, but I'm not optimistic that interest rates are going to stay where they are, and that's going to have some impacts on some things. And so we might see less returns on, some of those savings costs. Plus, Brian has also demonstrated that while it's okay, we have a reserve and it's healthy and we're not spending millions of it down, we have reached the point where we're pulling a little bit of that reserve for annual operations. So all those things said, at least a 2 to 3% increase this year, 4 to 5% increase over the biennium in personal services, probably taking a little more pessimistic stance on what's going to happen with our rate of return on our savings, and the fact that we've been drawing into that reserve yields that, I think the board should do something, but I don't think the board should do 6%. I don't think that makes sense. You guys have been on a 2% per year jump the last couple of years. 3% would probably be justified if you went that way based on the numbers. But I don't, and Brian, you totally jump in and disagree with me. You're welcome to, but I think if you start going 4, 5, 6%, that gets a little harder to justify to the people who have to pay this fee. But I think you've got some good, solid arguments for the 2 to 3% realm because of salary increases the legislature enacted, because of natural inflationary forces, and taking maybe a little bit more pessimistic view on what the yield from our savings at the Board of Investments is going to be if they decide to lower interest rates and do other things that'll have a different kind of an impact on that. And a couple years ago, we had very, very low returns, right? It was very, very static. And we could potentially see that again. It's really increased the last couple of years because of other things going on with the economy. So there's where I would put it. I would put it in that if I was going to make a recommendation, I think, 2 to 3% is depending on how aggressive you want to be is probably the mark I would put it at. I think that's justifiable to folks when they ask, why did you increase the fee? If we look at it, cattle's the one that's going to get hit the most with it. So if you went 2%, you're looking at a 4-cent per head increase. If you went 3%, you're looking at a 7-cent per head increase. So on someone with 1,000 head, that's somewhere between $40 to $70 that you're increasing their individual bill. On 100 head, you'd be increasing it $4 to $7. Because that's the people who are going to pay the most of it anyway.
I think in my mind, if we're seeing a 2% salary increase and we're already dipping into our reserves, we need to go more than 2%.
2.5.
My suggestion would be 3% and a 1 cent increase on poultry. Because 3% doesn't do anything to poultry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that was my question. At what point we went 2%? At what point did we accumulate enough percent to ding another penny on poultry?
It's, Mr. Chair, it's a 9% is what you'd have to raise it to get a penny. So it kind of has to be a separate decision, almost always.
But that's in a one-time raise. If we say we didn't raise it last year, so there's 2, we raise it this year, that's 5% going forward, or do we just say poultry is on its own and you get 1% and
Or 1 cent or
1 cent?
no.
Yeah. Just raise it by a penny.
Okay.
William, you had a comment.
I had a question. So on the, Mr. Chair, on the flip side, what Mike said, that we're gonna get the state employees are getting a 4 to 5% raise due to inflation, which is real life. But it's like Greg is selling sheep, Lily is selling milk, I sell pigs. Are we guaranteed at 4 to 5%?
Oh no, you're not. No, I think that's the thing.
Not like cows either.
I know. I understand that. That's why I said that. And I maybe used the word scapegoat when you're talking about how you make these financial decisions, where you say there are forces that are acting on the Department of Livestock budget that are outside the control of the Board of Livestock. But the Board of Livestock has to make decisions about, and I'll put that in plain context, which I think you guys know. You have to make a decision to adjust to those, or if you don't adjust to those, then we have to make other decisions about what things we're not going to do, or what things we're going to do less of. What services do we pull back? And so, and those are all fair conversations. I mean, it could go both ways, because exactly what you said is that, and I think that's the problem with agriculture in general, is that, you know, the price of wheat is what the price of wheat was 40 years ago, although the price of nothing else is what it was 40 years ago. So that's agriculture has always had that issue. And the only thing that saves agriculture is increase in productivity, right? Being able to sell more of whatever it is, because you produce more pounds of beef, you produce more bushels of wheat. But your prices have not changed. And that, I do think that's what makes it tough in agriculture, is that just because the state of Montana decided they needed to make an adjustment for their employees doesn't mean that the people who are paying the fee are automatically making enough money to pay that additional fee.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would make a motion, we raise per capita 3% and a 1 cent increase on poultry.
So the rest, so just so we're clear, the per capita change for everything except poultry would be 3%, and then a 1 cent increase in per capita fees for poultry. Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion. I guess I think that's fair. And when you look at the driver, of course, is cattle, and cattle prices are very favorable now. So I think it's a justifiable time, and we do a service for the industry, and if we can't keep this department in the black, then we can't do the service for the industry that we need to do. So that's Alan.
I've been watching the stuff, and the stuff I've been reading is the Fed's gonna lower the rates, and so
Yeah,
that income is gonna go down. So
yeah, and 3%.
There's another little hit there, and and so it takes a lot of money when you 3% or whatever interest.
Yeah, if our interest rate drops 3% on that,
Drop to 3%.
yeah, it's more than the increase that we're putting on. We're putting on a 142,000. 3% is 142,000. So that could go away in the interest rate reduction quickly. Yeah. All right. Is there any other discussion? So is that, I guess, are you comfortable with 3% then?
I am, because I think, for one, you don't want, you can't slam it. You could, but you have to. If people understand the numbers, if you can show them.
Mm-hmm.
But if you aren't trying to jam all the time, if we go, all right, we're doing what we can, kind of stay even.
Yeah.
If we get in trouble and need to do it again, we can do it. But if you do it and end up in a big savings account, they don't like that either. So.
No, this department needed the savings account from where it was 15 years ago,
Exactly.
but we're there, and I would be opposed to anything that would increase our savings. Yes, great.
Mr. Chairman, we have to go to each of our industries and explain why we're doing this. And we're not just doing this so we can get us a big savings account. We're doing this to the state of Montana is raising rates, pay increases, and we've got to stay current. It's just the way it is. And we're not even staying current, to be quite honest. We're backing up a little bit.
Yeah.
Eric, what are your thoughts? You're in cattle country.
I'm okay with it. I think either 2 or 3%, but if it's 2%, you're not talking a big difference. 3 would be as high as I would go. My first thought was 2, but if at 2 we're eating into our savings, that's probably not healthy. And feed's cheap, and there's been a lot of rain for most people, at least in the east, and cattle prices are phenomenally high. This is probably the time to do it. We may be coming into years in the future where things are a little tougher, and we may have to tighten our belts and use our reserves a little bit. So I think we should probably finance it properly. And I don't foresee, I think everybody understands the inflation that's been going on the last 5 or 6 years, and government's not immune. When I was in the legislature, Alan remembers when we'd have to pass a budget, it would have to be population inflation just because it cost more to run a snowplow than it did 20 years ago.
And that might be a question, Eric. You brought up a point. I'll jump on that, and maybe Brian. I don't know if he can jump in here if he remembers, because I don't remember off the top of my head. What was the inflationary adjustment on this next biennial budget that the legislature chose for House Bill 2?
I mean, the inflationary adjustments change for which account or category you're in.
In general,
The
they
payroll is
applied
2%.
Yes, but I was talking about there's also the negotiated between OBPP and them at the starting point, the inflation that was applied to the starting point.
Boss, I don't recall.
But okay, but even without that, I think that I'm just backing up Eric's point that he mentioned as a former legislator, that it's not just the pay increases. There also was an adjustment to the starting point for this budget that plussed up the ongoing expenses. That again is something that gets applied holistically. It's not within direct control of this board. And so again, I'm just trying to give more and more, talking points for as we go out to industries, why you do it. Because if you don't adjust to that, and this agency was not allowed to adjust to that for about a decade, as we know, I inherited that situation. You find yourself pretty far behind if you're not addressing those things, because you eventually just are in atrophy where your costs are going up, but your budget number always stays the same. And so or your revenue number always stays the same, but your expenses and your budget number is always going up. But that's just another factor. So it's not just I'd forgot about that. It's not just the pay increases, but it's also the inflationary adjustment to the starting point, which was not as aggressive as it was in the 23 session. The 23 session, it was pretty high, but yeah, but it was, I can't remember what it was this time, but there was, to Eric's point, I'm just to back him up there also is that inflationary adjustment that's made on the starting point from where your baseline expenses were.
Just, I think there needs to be a little correction. Eric's statement that 3% kept us even, but actually 3% does not keep us even. Is that a correct statement? Brian, didn't you say that our expenses are going to be up 300,000 or 400,000 in the next biennium?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that the problem with trying to predict a little bit is House Bill 10 spending. We're finally, I think, getting over the hump on that. We've taken a lot of hits there. IT spending in general for the state has really hit us hard in the last couple of years, including this year. So, and then pay increases also, and so hopefully all of those things are starting to wane now, and the pain is most like we're heading downhill, hopefully, and not still uphill in regards to those things. So a 2%. The reason we're holding water is because that 2% increases came at a timely time, and then we had 2% growth in essentially the livestock industry. So that's, you compound those together, and you're looking at we've had like a 5% increase in revenue over the last couple of years, just because cattle numbers and what the board has chosen to do with per capita fee. The problem is that $500,000 increase has happened, 2 or 3 years in a row for various reasons. A lot of it payroll, some of it EPP, just increases in costs for IT, and so hopefully a 2%. I think we were holding water the last 2 years when I look at the numbers, but a 3% is what we need more than a 2%. In the follow-on years here, but 3% I think will do it for us for now. And I'm totally aware that we've got $7 million of reserve in the bank, and I don't want to grow that any more than it is. So I wouldn't advocate for more than that. And then I'm pretty pessimistic on what the cattle industry is going to do. So I'm waiting for the bubble to burst on that. And that, makes me want to push for 3%. I mean, I'm like, yeah, we're not going to, this isn't sustainable, is it?
So you didn't
Well-
want to tell us that suggestion, but we eked it out of you.
Yeah.
Somebody made a motion.
So you're just agreeing with the motion, huh? Yes, okay. All right, any
I
other?
support the board.
Okay. So, I don't see any more discussion on the motion. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, all right, thank you, Eric. Opposed, same sign, motion carried. So I guess for clarification, I should have asked this or clarified before the vote, but that is a 3% increase on everything except poultry. Poultry will be a 1 cent per
1
bird.
cent. Yes.
So, all right,
I got it.
very good. So Brian, I guess you still have the floor. You want to take us on to the next?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we're going to be on page 6 of tab 3. And these numbers are going to go very fast. So if anybody is thinking they're going to get some valuable information out of this, I doubt it. Okay. This is the state special revenue report. It's got less than a month of real revenue in it for the most part. So, and it needs some changes to it. The column E, the budget revenue. So this time of year, August, September, essentially September, this is the time of year that we're talking to the programs and finding out vacancies, special events for the year that's happening. We're adjusting the budget all over. And so some things, so the budget numbers on this side didn't get.
See these numbers?
I have the same. I look it over. Jake's, his was put together better than mine. I have the same issue. So,
Well, don't look at them anyway. They're not right. We're gonna do some massaging of those on the budget revenue.
all right.
I would
Sorry to
just
interrupt.
I would just quickly then say field and market inspections. For the most part, we're getting from Jay that the market looks relatively normal compared to last year or the op tempo. So even though those numbers might be plus and minus a little bit, everything is looking the same. Remember, timing is a big issue this early in the fiscal year. Per capita fee, milk, egg, those are all normal. The diagnostic lab's running a little bit behind, but Greg insists that's a timing issue and that operation tempo there is the same as last year, if not better. So that we'll see a turnaround in that. So really, it's a good starting point, but there's some work to do on the budget sheets and the revenue projections. So that's my report on state special revenue. Don't put a lot of trust in it. At this point, October. Let's go for October.
So Brian, did you get the request that somehow when you send these to the printer that this page gets moved to the right-hand side of the packet so that we can actually see the column E numbers instead of just seeing in mine? I can see the first. I can get the kind of the $100,000 range of it, but yeah.
And I'm sure Donna's making note of that. She's the one that puts your books together.
Okay.
She'll make sure.
I think she's going to throw Evan under the bus on that one. It's a collaborative effort.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
out again.
We're good. I'm going to move on to page 7, the projection sheet. Essentially, I'm going to just kind of go down the column E, the budget, a little bit, because there isn't the revenue expenses are coming in. There's nothing crazy in there. We got maybe some more supply expenses than we usually get this time of year. The contract number for expenses is a little high, but IT charges at the beginning of the year are pretty hefty. So that's what drives that number up a little bit. But going down column E, essentially what I'm talking about is the difference between last year's budget and this year's budget. So you can see there, column E salaries are 8.5 million. That's a $422,000 increase, or a 5% increase. The grunch of that is going to be from the 4 meat inspectors that were authorized for us: area supervisor, compliance officer, meat inspectors. So, but you know, across the board, the department got a 2 to I'm going to say 7% increase, everybody for pay in this budget. But so 5% is the increase there. For total personnel services, that number jumps to $672,000 increase over last year. So you can quickly start to see where the per capita fee numbers are getting pumped up with payroll pretty hard. Supplies, the budget there of 1.5 million. I was just saying the contracts budget didn't change hardly, but the supply budget of 1.5 million, that actually did jump up, and this might speak to the interest rates that came to us from the legislature for supplies, but that jumped up $463,000, so quite a big jump. And a lot of that is going to be IT charges also fall into that supply bucket. So that's where you're going to find a lot of them.
So that doesn't, so excuse me, Brian, but so I was thinking when I saw that number, more some of the major lab equipment, but that's not. It's more IT charges. What you're telling us is driver.
Yeah, it gets spread across. There's probably a 200,000. Like, I'm not going to say half of that is supplies, but I think about half of that would be supplies, and most of that will go to the lab. So their costs of supplies are going up. But the reason, the way the rate is set on that is through the legislature I think they put like a 12% increase on supplies. So everybody got a burden with another 12% increase on supply costs. And that's pretty realistic from what we're seeing.
So can I hold you up a little bit? Just something came to mind when I saw the rent and contract, and something that I didn't realize until yesterday on our tour was the fact that our department rents a facility in the West Yellowstone area for quarantine,
or mainly just storage for equipment and storage. Yeah.
Okay, it's not. I thought it was another quarantine facility.
No. It used to be at Duck Creek, but as we left there, we found a different place. But it's for West Yellowstone, where they house their snowmobile, things like that, so that it stays there for when they need it for work.
And I guess the other thing that I didn't realize that I saw is the amount of panels, and we have 2 big flatbed trailer loads of panels and a portable, basically a portable catch facility.
Yeah, portable trap.
And we put brand new tires on 2 tandem axle, dual tandem axle trailers, and loaded this stuff on them and pulled them over to the facility and parked it. So now we have brand new tires sitting that aren't even turning. And that, well, it just, what did she say? It was quite an extensive cost to put new tires. They had to put new tires on it when they closed the facility to load the stuff up before they could even move it.
Yeah. She had said $3,500 is what it costs.
Yeah, for tires, and now they're sitting there. They don't even turn. So, and then also the one set of equipment, Tawny thought that was probably never be used again. So you wonder if maybe we should think about salvaging that, to see if there's any value if we're not going to use it. Replacing those panels and stuff probably is better off having it sit there than if we ever would ever have to replace it, because they're all Powder River 6 bar. On the one trailer's all 6 bar, 16-foot Powder River panels, and I don't know how many are on there, but quite a few. So, all right, I just I didn't realize that we were renting something in West Yellowstone and
Mhm.
you know, it's just,
And we used to lease property on this side too, once upon a time, but we don't anymore.
yeah, because we used to have a facility similar to what that extended um, isolation facility. Is that correct?
Yeah.
We did, but now we don't.
Yeah, well, and you also lease for operational space when you're moving buffalo. So
Okay.
The only other major, Mr. Chair, can I
Go
get
ahead.
some background noise? Okay, the only other major increase, vehicles are on the rent category, and that's new lease vehicles for those positions primarily. That went up nearly 150,000 to 970, 925 for our total rent of, and rent includes building space, lease vehicles, and lease like copiers and that kind of thing. So that's what falls in the rent category. Down on the budgeted funds, I just wanted to, pull out some numbers here for you because, how does that translate to who's paying for those expenses? The general fund increased 600,000, mostly again payroll for meat and poultry inspectors, but there's several of our programs that use the general fund. Per capita fee didn't increase. I'm sorry. Brands inspection only increased 27,000. Not so much there. Per capita fee increased 697,000 for the year, year over year from last year's budget. That's a 13% increase. And the drivers there is payroll, and then the EPP. We had over 200,000 in EPP approved ongoing expenses for that. Milk inspection went down 150,000 with the general fund infusion. And then let's see, meat and poultry went up 50,000. Meat and poultry actually we expected to be way worse than that, given what we were hearing coming out of the feds. But they seem to be giving us, not cutting our budget. They're giving us at least what we had before now. From my understanding, we asked for 1.8 million and we got 1.2. So we'll ask for 600,000 more, further on in the year. But that's still a better number than what we anticipated. And then federal umbrella, that went down 79,000 when you combine those numbers together. And then the diagnostic lab for the lab fees, that went up 241,000 and 210 of that was an EPP request, so we could right size the supplies. So you could say 200,000 of the supply increase is directly related to the lab fee increase, so, or where it's coming from. You can see there we're projecting $500,000, bottom right corner, authority over expenses for the year. So that's usually where we're sitting for most of the time. So normal. That's my report on that one, Mr. Chair. I'd move on to the brown sheet, and I'm not going to spend. I'm going to spend way less time on page 17 and 18. Again, not a lot of stuff here. If you column E is usually where we're sitting at. You can see we're 63,000 less spending this year than last time. That's probably driven by vacancies that are in the department right now. We have some big ones for the beginning of the year. Couple of veterinarians and livestock loss and some other things. Also, on the very bottom there, you'll see on that last block, you'll see that we paid out 30,000 more in termination payouts already in 2025. So that's driving that number, half of that number right there. Then you can see contracts and supplies are pretty big over last year, but I'd say that if you look at those numbers, what's really happening is that last year the IT charges didn't come through quite yet. So last year's numbers are just underreported versus this year's numbers. Vehicles, that number is down a little bit from last year. Is probably timing. And then repair and maintenance, that 36,000, that's up a bit. And that's the labs doing some maintenance that they didn't do this time last year. So all pretty explainable. That's what I'm looking at only to bring out there. We're pretty much right on par as far as burn rate goes. Page 18, if you're on that, Mike. We really haven't had any infusions into the budget for budget amendments yet. It's early in the year. Obviously, those things happen a lot of times after the federal government does their budget for the year. So, post October. Things that kind of went away, I think that's where I would sit at just for information for the board. So if I'm in the bottom left area, we had a $200,000 CWD grant last year. We had an $83,000 ADT grant last year. Those are not on the books yet. I suspect they'll be coming on again. Per capita fee, that $395 for House Bill 10. That's a $180,000 reduction from last year. So, and then the other big one, row 39, the Null ARP award, that's the money, the $1 million for the construction and equipment for the new lab. And we spent half of that on the incinerators. So that number went down by over half, leaving us with a supplemental or non-House Bill 2 income of nearly 2.5 million in that bottom left corner, carried on to this year. Mr. Chair, that's my report.
Okay, have any questions for Brian on any of that? It's too early to really have any trends anyway, to have anything to worry about. Yeah. All right. Do you have anything else for us, Brian?
That's it. I'm going to talk livestock loss board if you want it, but I don't know where we're at as far as doing that.
That's the next thing on the agenda. We're just going to put Jay to the end, so he's got to be here to the end anyway because he's leaving to go to Sydney. So
yeah. All right. Well then.
Wait.
So you want to go ahead and do the livestock loss? I don't know whether
Dalen's out there, so yeah, we can.
So I guess he's waiting. It's not going to take you very long on this livestock loss, is it, Brian? So,
Mr. Chair, yep, I'll be quick. You can see here on my write-up, 19 claims since the last report, 31 losses since we met last. So obviously things have picked up, but that's still kind of the norm for this time of year. I would report it if you're looking at the yellow sheet there, not that you really have to go to it, but we do have one additional black bear claim for 3 lost sheep in Judith Basin. So that's something new. And I added black bears, down in the bottom of this sheet now. So we're tracking on those. I think that's within expectations of what we were thinking. The only other thing to report for livestock loss board, because there was no personnel here, but we did get, I did say on this that we're still waiting for the program specialist position to be posted, and that happened this past week, or maybe it was last week. So that's out there. I've checked this morning. I've got 10 applicants. We're going to keep it, or we're going to start reviewing them after this week. So a good, healthy applicant pool, and we're moving along. We should have hopefully somebody sitting in this chair by the end of next month.
So, and that's a halftime position, is that correct?
We're listing it, we're advertising it as minimum halftime, but 20 to 30 hours is what we're looking at. So that's what the livestock loss board wanted, was 1/2 to 3/4 time.
And the commitment that the balance of time we can have them do some other things for the department, so they're not solely just livestock loss board. So during the slow times of livestock loss board, they can pick up some other tasks that we assign them. So,
Okay.
So just, and I'm going to make just a comment, not even an assumption, but if we had an in-house applicant, is there a position that we could convert to halftime to, for that in-house person, so that you would still kind of keep them busy the full week, or if you had an in-house, would they have to be strictly a halftime position?
I don't know if I'm tracking with your question. If somebody
Well, it's-
internally wanted
Yeah.
to apply and they were full time,
yeah, they were. a
they
full-time-
would be going to halftime, and their full time position would become
would
available.
become available.
Yes,
Okay.
but and you know, you have those things. Sometimes people are looking for those types of opportunities for one reason or another. But yeah, we wouldn't make it full time just because the assumption is if we've got somebody who is filling a full time equivalent right now, there's work to be done there, and if we, and I guess my argument would be and so to let you know a little bit of the insight to how your executive officer thinks, if somebody come to me and said, well, one of my employees can take on that livestock loss board, my next question would be, well, why haven't they been halftime all along? If they were only, getting half the work done, why are we paying them for a full-time job? So yeah, I would assume if somebody's full-time, they already have a full-time job, they'd have to vacate that to do this.
I guess maybe another way to go at that, if we find a person that is halftime that would like to work more hours, would there be some halftime position available that we could integrate into this to maybe make a full-time position for an employee that is valuable enough?
Yeah, potentially, yes. That's something that would probably down the road if you had a halftime workload and a person wanted to work full time, could you move them up to full time? As long as the FTE is on the books and not filled in any other way, yes, you could. I don't foresee that. I think what we'll get in this applicant pool is largely people who are probably attracted to it because it's a halftime position. They don't want to have a full-time position for one reason or another. But and that's the beauty of halftime, and that's why we didn't go any less than that, is because that's what attracts your applicants is the access to benefits. If you go lower than that and you don't offer access to the health plan and those types of things, that would probably deter a lot of your applicant pool. And so that's why it has to be at least halftime. But as we know, we've talked about that, where we know the cyclical nature of the livestock loss board work. Brian's gotten a much better handle on it. And the big thing I wanted to make sure that we got with the livestock loss board was an understanding that, we could assign this person other tasks from other areas of the department if we needed to. And we did get their commitment on that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Brian. And I guess
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dalen.
If Dalen is out there, we'd like to have you come on and give your report if you're available, Dalen.
There he is.
Yes. Great. Dalen Tidwell, State Director for USDA Wildlife Services here in Montana. Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's great to be with you. I've just got a really quick update to just kind of give you the latest happenings. We have hired and now established the position out of Garfield County. Michael Uphughes is his name. He's on the ground running, got things going, making good connections, and got his phone number out there and everything. So we're starting to get some good communication and everything going well with the new position. Glendive area position, we're going to wrap up the interviews this week. Hopefully, boy, it just kind of depends on availability and timing, but we've got that one in the hopper ready to go for getting that. That would be Fallon County, Webo, Dawson, and Prairie counties would be the expectation for that position, and that'll be wrapped up this week. Quick update, maybe Mr. Honeycutt probably was a part of this conversation in the last week or so. We've been, and this happens occasionally or on a cycle of this LESO, Law Enforcement Support Office. And this goes back history 25 years plus, that our helicopter 6962 Charlie is actually a leased military helicopter that through that law enforcement component of the brand inspector board, being able to, through the board, able to qualify for that law enforcement program. And that's kind of what got us into the serious helicopter business, with the Department of Livestock. And so there was a little bit of a changing of personnel on their side, and just their annual refreshing of the communication on the checks and balances, making sure that the aircraft is being used for the appropriate purposes, and going through, the physical inventory, making sure everything is as it should. And that process went well. We were able to produce an MOU with the Department of Livestock, which then, having us be the custodians of that helicopter at the time, just connects that usage back through the law enforcement component of the Department of Livestock. So that all went well. We've got that all taken care of and established and freshened up with their new staff. In terms of all helicopters right now, we're in great shape. All major components are up and tuned and functioning. We're just carrying on great business. Record numbers, coyotes taken this year, and being a fiscal year end here in a couple of weeks, I'll probably hold off on the roll up of full numbers. Next time we meet next month or whenever, I'll give some final fiscal year numbers to kind of to wrap that all up. So I'll hold off on numbers for this year, or for this till the end of this fiscal year, being this month. Our pilots, as you recall, the term issues we were with keep losing our pilots, and then now able to maintain them. The last one of our 4-year term renewal just occurred. I guess, quote, rehired that pilot the first week of September, and so he's of course back. Everything's smooth there. As a report for MOUs with the counties, all county MOUs with the wool growers and stock growers have been completed and are signed and in place. Work and financial plans for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, Livestock Loss Board, and the Department of Livestock are all in place for another full year. So it looks good. Looking forward, we're going to start our fiscal year October 1st and plan for another great season. And so I'll make it brief. That's pretty much my wrap up. I'll open to any questions.
So have you seen any depredation trends, like for large wolves, grizzly bears yet, or?
So nothing off the charts this year. We're kind of high to normal, we'll call it. We were kind of later season had kind of a flare up of wolves down south in the Gravelies country, but we're able to get a handle on it. I guess since probably April, we've removed about 34 wolves, and that's across the whole board. But again, a normal business. We just go to the next call.
So I was just thinking, up in our area, the berry crop was fairly minimal, I think. Although the ones that visit our place seem like they found numerous chokecherry bushes, because that's the scab that you see is pretty much chokecherry seeds until they get into the silage. But anyway, are you seeing any more bear depredation up in northern ecosystem there, or the front? I haven't heard any serious issues yet, but guys are just getting ready to start gathering, so that's when their numbers are going to start coming in, or out, not. Okay.
Okay, yeah,
All right.
I think that's all I've got for today. I appreciate your willingness to let me zoom in on this, and thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your time. Okay. So where are we at here?
We're at lunch. We'll put Jay after lunch, and we're planning to get a quick start back after try to get Sam's to get a quick start back. But you call it, Mr. Chair, when you want everybody to be back in order.
Okay, well, I guess we'll break for lunch then, and so quarter after, give us just a little over a half hour.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Connor Short.
is that is our lunch out? And
I have to go check.
we're gonna eat in here.
It is okay. William's seen it, so it's out there. So I think probably you'll need to make your sandwich out there and then bring it in. So.
Okay. All right. With that, we're gonna break until 1:15 or 12:15.
Yes.
12:15.
All right. And we are now recording.
Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. And our next item on our agenda that we've kind of moved around a little bit will be Jay with Brands. Jay, introduce yourself, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jay Bodner, Brands Division Administrator. I just have a couple of items this afternoon for you, and I'll get you back on track, hopefully. I did want to, last board meeting, we did talk a little bit about cattle inspections out in the field. So I did provide just this quick graph to the board. And for those that aren't attending, I'll email that to you also. And this does track by fiscal year. So this is cattle that are inspected in the field by both our employees, our district investigators, and our locals. So you can kind of see it tracks about what you would expect kind of from a drought perspective. So I think it's kind of useful. If you need any other of those kind of graphs, we'll probably continue with this, and we will continue with the fiscal year.
So you look at that, and then we just in our last with Brian talking about cattle numbers in the state, and they just don't seem to correlate very well, do they? The inspection numbers and the per capita fee payments.
Well,
this is a 25% reduction in 2 years.
Yeah, and it is, Mr. Chairman, it is a bit of surprising, when you look at this, but then you do look, there was a big year in fiscal year 21-22 with some drought, and then as those numbers drop down, but the market numbers are still pretty strong. So it is a bit surprising where these cattle are coming from. So
Out of the woodwork.
Numbers don't lie, or what is it? Figures don't lie. Liars can figure, but figures don't lie, or whatever.
Next, Mr. Chair, any more questions on any of that? Pretty straightforward. Yeah. So I was just going to give you a quick rundown on our livestock hauler check stations that we had this summer. So we did have a number of them. Talked a little bit about what happened early on in the year, but this is kind of our big push in August is when we have the majority of our check stations that occur. So the first part of August, on the 8th, we did have a truck stop there at Great Cliff. This was kind of in conjunction with the Bozeman Stampede Rodeo. I did mention this earlier, but we did have 30 stops, 14 verbal warnings, 3 written warnings, and then 3 notice to appear. And it was a variety of no CVI, no brand inspection, a couple no brand inspections. We did have a variety of trailers that did go past the check station at that one. And it was really 14 is what we had, but it was really due mainly the high winds. We had a hard time keeping our signs up. And so I think a lot of folks just flat didn't see them. So we did get all those folks stopped and checked, and they are included in the kind of the
What
warnings.
date was that on Great Cliff then again?
The 8th of August.
Okay. 8/8.
Yeah. Then 8/15, we held one at the Weibo scale. We do this one every year too. A fairly light one. We only checked 17 trailers that day. I think 5 that went by. And there was only 3 violations, horses with no CVI. And we did get that from a South Dakota vet and kind of taken care of. And then one without a cog, it's horse without a cog. So That one, we also did have a suspected DUI that we did turn over to the Montana Highway Patrol too. So,
Wow.
so
In the middle of the day.
in the middle of the day,
Pulling a trailer.
on the trailer. Yeah.
Can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
That's right.
So we did get.
We know that.
5 o'clock somewhere.
But I mean, there was quite a bit to. They had some animals on the trailer and a dog, and so we had to get all that kind of sorted away. But we got all that figured out. So. We did have one in Miles City, so this is on 8/21, and this was in conjunction with the Miles City Fair. We had 14 stops there, 9 written warnings, kind of a variety of 20 horses, 116 cattle. For the most part, the written warnings were just to those that didn't pull off, and we had to run down in our chase trucks. So.
There was no excuse of the wind blowing your signs down that day.
No, that was not the traffic was fairly light at that truck stop too. And next on 8/21 in Drummond, we had 26 trailers. There was 32 horses. We had 4 notice to appear, and a couple of those for passing the check station. 1 without a health. And it was kind of the quick rundown of that one. That was.
So is that the one? Is that where Jeff was going? Did he end up?
No. So the one, this is the next one, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
I believe. So yeah, that was on 8/28. That was at the Feely Rest area. So down there toward the Dillon area, and Mr. Honeycutt popped in there and saw him, and on his way down to Idaho. So we did have 7 written warnings at that one, 2 notice to appear, so citations, and then we wrote a couple of non-title inspections to get people from point A to point B to get them legal and then take care of them. Had 8 semis, mostly all paperwork in order. 1 did pass, so we had to catch him. And then one that was traveling from, Idaho to Idaho, but going through Montana, and they had an expired Coggins, but technically they were just traveling through, so we didn't do anything with that one. We did, they did visit with Dr. Schmansky on that one and making sure that everything was legal. And so had 11 horse trailers that day. For the most part, pretty good. We did catch one that was coming in from Wyoming, had roped in Helena. No paperwork, and so we did quarantine that horse, send him back to Helena. They did get that horse tested and then sent back and then released that quarantine. And then there was a couple that were traveling through. They had lifetimes at home, but no pictures of them on their phone. So we did give them a warning for that. Caught also one without a Coggins too, and cited them for that too. And let's see what else was there that was kind of that was for the most part. That was the one individual that we did catch that didn't have or had exempt plates, so no legal plates on them. We did turn that individual over to the Montana Highway Patrol, and so the trailer was empty, so there was no livestock on that. So we handed that one off to them. So that was a quick rundown of our truck stops.
So there at Feely, right at the exit.
Mhm.
So you just use the on and off ramp. Is that what you do, or?
I think it's because it must be that. I wasn't at that one exactly. I guess I don't know.
There's a rest area.
Okay.
They were using the rest area.
So it's on past the Feely exit. Then
Yes,
the rest
it was the rest area.
Because that's where I can back to our load and shoot from the Feely exit.
Oh, okay. All right.
And there's not a lot. I didn't think there was a lot of room. It seemed like it'd be a tough place to have a truck stop, but there must be a rest area just farther south.
Yep, there is. Yep.
It's kind of just across I can't remember because the counties get all jumbled up there. I can't remember exactly what county you're in. You're past the Silver Bow line, but I can't remember if you're in Madison or if you're in Beaverhead yet because of how Cause it's,
Yeah, you're back
it's
on the
north,
east side of the divide there.
yeah, it's north of Melrose, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, typically we're gonna kind of conduct those truck stops in areas like that,
Sure.
Dearborn or that rest area where there's room enough for everybody to be safe, really.
Yeah.
For the main part of it. So
Yeah.
yeah. So that was kind of a quick rundown. All in all, I think pretty good results from what we've seen. I mean, there was pretty good compliance, and it's hard to gauge whether it's getting better. But for the most part, most folks were fairly compliant. So that's, I think, good for us to see.
So do you have any more plan? Do you ever try and get in the peak season for a truck stop like for the livestock haulers, the commercial trucks?
Yeah, typically, Mr. Chairman, we don't, just because people get spread pretty thin that time of year and our investigators are all busy. It takes, 4 or 5 individuals typically to hold a truck stop, and from all over the state, we kind of get people gathered up, and to do that during the kind of the busy season, it's a little bit more difficult just from a staffing perspective. So in an ideal situation, yeah, you do it in middle October, but those are pretty tough to do.
Well, I was just thinking about the value of livestock and being down there at IL.
ILA.
Yeah.
Mhm.
A lot of states, and I've talked about it before, but a lot of states seem to have more theft than we do. And that's good. I guess that we don't. And I think it's because of our enforcement and the people that realize that we are checking and require inspection to move livestock where some of the other states don't. But you just, with the value of livestock today, and you just hope that knowing that time of the year we're probably not going to ever be out doing some random checking, that we don't get people taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I would say that these are more formalized check stations where we have a whole crew. Our enforcement individuals, our investigators, they do pull over livestock trailers. So people that are stock trailers, just random checks. So we do that in addition to.
So we can just actually pull over because you got to have a cause or a reason to pull something over. So we have the authority to just pull them over just because they're potentially hauling livestock.
So typically, Mr. Chairman, what we do in those situations is we're sitting on a county line. So then as people are going over the county line, then we have an opportunity to check that if they have a county line inspection.
And that fits the statutes that we operate under, apparently.
I mean, I'm sure someone could argue it doesn't. I don't know if it's been decided in the case law or not. I imagine it has.
That's typically what we rely on for those county line inspections to make those stops.
Sure, I would think weigh stations or something like that, if you want to get the big hauler to do a weigh station, because they're already stopped and you could just check papers.
Yeah, do that also. I don't think we do that too often, but that's a potential.
But so is there any coordination with the Department of Weights and Measures as far as, because when I pull in, they want to see all my paperwork, including the inspection. They don't, I don't know if they really look at the inspection and verify that it's current and all that kind of stuff. But is there any way that we could coordinate with
typically an agency is not going to act outside of its own enforcement authority.
Well, I don't expect them to do that, but I mean, I just would be, if they see something out of line, is there an opportunity for them?
But if they,
notify?
I mean, yes, they could notify us, but once they release them and they're gone, it's
you'd
a
have to
little,
chase
the
them
cat's,
down,
the cat's out of the bag at that point. So.
William,
So Mr. Chair, so why would they ask for your papers, then if they don't.
That's a good question, but they do. Yeah. If you're hauling livestock, they want to see your inspection along with everything
And
else. If
so
they
our
pull
Montana Motor Carrier Services are asking for it. I wasn't aware they were.
Yeah, they want to
Well,
see
that might
all.
be just a check that we get inadvertently.
I'm trying to think if we used to get reports like that, I think, from the weigh stations, now that I think about that. I think we do there is some information that is sent to us. I'll verify that with
So Gene, you
our
have to learn
folks.
how to put it on your phone.
Well, yeah, it's just, we're always talking about trying to coordinate, and if there was an opportunity there, especially in the heavy fall run, to verify that when they went through that rosebud scales, that they have the paperwork that we're down there at Crow Agency, or that'd be to me the two big road systems that would lead out of state that a lot of the
Travel through.
and Broadus, of course, too. But go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my question is, do they have any authority to do anything if you refuse to give them your inspections?
I wouldn't.
I think they have, well, they maybe don't on that, but you know how it is. If they want to shut you down, I mean, you start
Check your air pressure and everything else.
Yeah.
and they'll
Oh,
find
yeah, they
something.
can find something. So if, just depending on their, I think it goes into more personality of the person that's the employee at the check.
Well, some of those DOT, Mr. Chairman, some of the DOT individuals are post certified, so they do go through the Law Enforcement Academy. Now, I don't know which level or how many of them do, but they've graduated with our individuals, our employees.
Yeah, and I'm always even hesitant with our folks if they're acting outside the enforcement authority of the Department of Livestock. So, it's been a while since I've said that in front of a group, but I've always said that when someone is in danger, when it's a life endangerment situation. So, if you think about heading down Highway 200 from Belt to Lewistown, and you may be mad because somebody's jumping out and passing people and being a little, just being a little annoying on the highway as people do through there. But if they're not endangering safety, don't be pulling people over for speeding or that sort of thing. Now, if they're driving 100 miles an hour and they're going to kill somebody, and you can turn on your light and get them to stop, even though that's not usually within our enforcement authority, do that. But there's also the example that happened here where we're sitting today in Park County, where one of our bison officers pulled someone over for drunk driving, and they pulled him over at the request of the sheriff's office, but that drunk driving arrest got thrown out because the judge ruled that why would he ever he's not resisting arrest. He has no need to, he's not hauling livestock. Why would he pull over for a livestock person? So most of the time, unless and in that case, I had no problem with our person pulling them over, even if it was going to get thrown out later because they were addressing public safety.
Yeah.
But typically you try not to act outside of your enforcement authority because there's good attorneys that usually figure out ways to say their client didn't have any reason to pull over for a livestock officer.
Well, I guess
and vice versa. If a motor carrier services detains someone, why did you detain me? That's not in your authority. You don't enforce the livestock laws.
I guess mine, just having him ask for it, definitely keeps every livestock hauler's attention.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm more thinking about it as more of a line of deterring any potential, not to enforce or, have them try and enforce our laws, but just a higher visibility, I guess maybe is a better way to put it. Of that, because so far it seems like livestock theft in Montana is not where it is in a lot of our other states. That,
Good question. You get a lifetime on a cow?
You can for show animals typically is what people do.
What if it
And
was
rodeo
a
bulls.
pet dairy
is
cow
another
that
one.
you take all over the state that you don't want to get inspection?
And how many times you gotta get it tested because you're the DSA? You only have, right now, if you test them right now, you're good till next spring.
Okay, perfect.
So much for the vet. You might have to rent a little piece of property off
So,
yes, out of the
so,
DSA.
so Jay, next week we'll start planning Operation Milkshake.
You kicked you out of the farmer's market.
No, I got to do the farmer's market, but I had put tarp down and shavings on top of it so that none of her waste was on the ground. It made more of a mess than it ever did before with all the shavings. It's Livingston, it like blew all over. I was like, all right, whatever.
That's what you want.
Fertilize the lawn, be better.
I know,
Whatever.
but we're not worried about the goose poop on the
Yeah,
ground.
it's all
But
natural.
Milkshake's poop is too much.
All right.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So just a couple other things I wanted to touch on, just on the staffing front. So we have hired District 15. That's Jason Kimball, and that's the Kalispell area. He is our new district investigator. Just started on Monday, so got to spend a couple of days with him. So he'll be a good asset to our team. Military background, law enforcement background, livestock background. So kind of covers all the bases. And then we also have just hired District 14, so that's our Great Falls area. Blaine Buchanan, he's kind of from the Billings area, spent some time he's down in Texas, worked for the Texas Animal Health, and then he'll be starting October 14th. So
those districts have to be post-certified, is that correct?
yeah, and so Jason is post-certified. Blaine will have to go through the Law Enforcement Academy. And we'll shoot for this spring, given that we get a slot, which we typically will get that. So that's end of April is kind of that time frame, 3 months. And then just the last thing, Dr. Szymanski and I both like to just recognize Sean Hando. He's our Eastern Area Supervisor. We'll be handing him his 20-year pin. And he's done a tremendous amount of work for us as the department, and is a real asset to our department also. So just like to thank him for our service, and we're going to be seeing him, tomorrow. So, and then just lastly, I just wanted to give you a quick update. So our audit compliance. So we have sent out all our audits, our book audits for our inspections. And so we were holding on to District 14 and District 15. I actually did just hand Jason his District 15 audit. So he'll work his way through that as he learns kind of the job. And it is a nice kind of job at the very beginning, because you do get the chance to go out and meet all of your local inspectors. Right. And so as you work through the books, and we have a 45-day window for that. So here in October, we'll be cleaning all that up and finalizing that. So, and then just in the ServiceNow side of things, our new, as we track audits, that is live. We are still doing that from the Helena office, but eventually all of our staff will be able to just go and plug those numbers in. We'll provide some guidance on that, but that is live today. So with that was all I had for you, and just kept it pretty short today. So I'd answer any other questions that you may have.
Well, I was just thinking about your audits. So the timing of your audits, have you thought about maybe moving them a month or something? So, because we're just thinking about the new guy, and he's going to go out and meet all his inspectors, but a lot of them are going to be, it's getting into the season where they're probably at the peak of their workload. So,
Mr. Chairman, we do try to do that after. We might be able to move that up a bit moving forward. We do wait till after the end of the fiscal year to be able to put that. And then it was fairly tedious to pull those audits this year, because we were doing out of 2 systems, and there was a lot of just manual spreadsheets looking through things. And so it was pretty tedious. as we move forward and this new system is up and running, then really we can do it, at a push of a button. I think there is an opportunity there to move that up. So we most likely will do that as we get this up and running.
Yeah, I've come to, when we talk about timing of things, I'm almost to the point now where there is no good timing for anybody anymore for anything.
That's right.
Because we go from haying to harvest to shipping to Mexico to calving to it just keeps rolling.
Where's Jake? When you need him, huh?
I did that in the spirit of Jake. You have to, yeah.
So with that,
Any other
Thank you.
questions for Jay? Thanks,
right,
Jay.
yep, thank you.
So you're heading to Glendive and Sydney, or
Yes,
Sydney, I guess you
Sydney
were at
and-
Glendive last week or something?
Sydney and Lewistown, yeah.
And Lewistown.
Yep.
On the way back.
On the way back, yeah. We're gonna finalize our position there in Lewistown on Friday.
So I saw in your notes, the roving position, the 2 part-times, are you still working on job description, or are you ready to advertise that, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, it's just a little bookwork where we actually have to split that position into 2 part-time positions. And so there's a little bit of work to do with that on the bookkeeping side of things. But yeah, other than that, we're ready to. Our hope is to get that done. Hope was to get it done earlier, but still in line for this fall.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Well, you can sit here or there, whichever.
Dr. Kalazak is also going to present, so
Okay, so
we're going to take both.
Yeah, let me move some of mine kind of spread out. When Jake left, I just kind of took over.
I don't need much space here.
Well, it's evident that I do. Here, you can have that pen. You forgot some milk. I don't know where we got all these milk pens. All right, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon, board. I'm Tani Shemansky, state veterinarian here on behalf of Animal Health. Joining me today is our new assistant state veterinarian, Dr. Kalazak, who I think is familiar to most of the individuals around the table.
Just a side note, she got called a traitor by her former colleague at the USDA. Is that correct?
Yes.
She was
On the tour yesterday.
Yeah, apparently, yes, on the tour yesterday. Apparently, you were missed there, so we're happy that we were able to
have him, yeah.
acquire a former U.S. government employee, that instead of losing our employees to the federal government.
Absolutely.
I would have reminded them that they stole her from us first.
Yeah.
We're just getting them back.
We're just getting her back where she belongs.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to talk about the tag distribution and then kick it over to Dr. Kalazak for disease updates. Just maybe one point of privilege before I go. Last week, I believe it was last week, Alicia Love from the Meat, Milk, and Egg Bureau gave a national webinar for the National Environmental Health Association. Alicia has a presentation that she gives to incoming staff and has given to several groups around the country on conflict de-escalation. Her talk is very well received and well recognized. Last week's webinar was attended by over 2,000 people. And I got a really nice email from the folks at the National Environmental Health Association extending their appreciation for Alicia's professional contributions to that conversation and how it benefits kind of all of the sanitarians, meat inspectors, and folks that work in that realm as far as the work that they do. So a strong asset that we have here in Alicia.
And before you get too far ahead of yourself, AAVLD travel approval.
Oh, Greg.
Greg's sitting out there, so.
We can let Greg go first. Absolutely. Sorry.
Well, he's got to spend money somehow.
Dr. Judah, you out there?
I am,
There
sir.
he's going. All
Can you
right.
hear me?
Yes, sir.
you have a good view of the wood paneling in my beautiful office here. That's the most important. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Greg Judah, the director of the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. This should be brief, so I don't delay Tawny too much. And thank you, Tawny. The only thing I have on the agenda for today is an out-of-state travel request for the AAVLD annual meeting, which is being held in Aurora, Colorado from October 30th to November 3rd. I did budget a $12,000 line item in the financial plan for the NALM fiscal year 25 grant to cover all the travel expenses. I am requesting travel for myself, our new quality manager, Casey Ming, who I believe will benefit from the networking opportunities and educational quality opportunity there. Dr. Steve Smith and Dr. Jonathan Sago. I will disclose that for Dr. Sago, I'm going to give him the choice of whether he wants to attend the AAVLD meeting or the ACVP meeting, which is a week after the AAVLD meeting. And that's just based on his need for continuing education credits to keep his board certification for pathology. So with that said, I believe the $12,000 should cover all the travel. And I will know more in the coming weeks in terms of will everyone be attending. There is also a chance I'll disclose that Dr. Smith may not attend just based on his workload and things of that nature. With us being short-staffed here, it's been quite taxing on him to serve as the section head for essentially all of our lab sections rather than the half of them that he was doing previous to Dr. Schwarz's departure.
So you're going to hit us right off. The very first agenda item is asking for money. Is that correct?
The only.
Yeah.
The only. Yeah, he could have at least given us a little of a intro on how hard your staff is working or something instead of after the fact. So, all right.
We like Greg to the point.
Yeah, that's right. So I'd entertain a motion to grant the request for out-of-state travel.
So moved.
All right, we have a second.
Second.
All right, a motion by Greg, a second by Alan. Do we have any discussion? Discussion is Eric.
Eric's gone. He had to go at noon. So
Okay. So all right. Hearing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right.
Thank you, board.
And then the lab is still progressing. I see the pictures that we have pavement now, so you don't get your feet muddy walking next door.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it is progressing well. There haven't been any additional delays announced in the last few months. They're still targeting or projecting April of 2026 for a potential building occupation. They're putting down epoxy floors in the labs. As you mentioned, the paving is all done, curbing. They're doing a lot of landscaping currently. And then there's a lot of interior work with installation of lights, those types of things, as well as still working on plumbing and HVAC, as there's a significant amount there. But it's nice to see there's actually tile in the locker rooms and bathrooms now, which is when you start to see finishes like that, it's pretty impressive. So we are definitely looking forward to it.
Any other questions or?
And we are ramping into CWD and Brucella season in earnest at this point. Brucella has kind of picked up earlier than normal. It could have a lot to do with the work that Connie and her team have done with a positive animal that we did the pathology on here. So I know that the serology lab is quite busy. They've got the tubes stacked up on their bench, and I think Antonio informed me that they had 2,000 samples come in yesterday. So it's definitely ramping up.
Well, that's good. That's what pays the bills.
Exactly.
All right. You have anything else you'd like to share with us?
I do not, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And I apologize for not looking closer at my agenda and letting Dr. Szymanski try and crowd you out, but thank goodness Mike didn't let her.
It's perfectly fine.
Just he can get on with his day.
Get on with his day. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
All right.
Thanks, Greg. Mr. Chair, so members of the board, on tag distribution, I gotta pull up my notes here. As you've seen in previous communication, we got an additional allocation from USDA of no cost tags for Montana for the current fiscal year, which runs through the end of September. What we have not fully on hand yet, although I got notifications this morning that additional tags are shipping, will be roughly 235,000, 240,000 orange RFID tags, and about 50,000 white RFID tags. Those white RFID tags include 10,000 tags that we purchased out of funding from our federal cooperative agreement, as well as no cost tags that we've received from USDA. And then the orange tags include tags that were purchased based upon the decision at the board meeting in June, July, somewhere in there. And then this new allocation, 240,000 orange RFID tags will cover a good chunk of animals that are bangs vaccinated in Montana on an annual basis, but not all of the animals. What we would like to do is continue with the program that we did last year. It was well received by veterinarians in that we looked at what their previous year's total was for bangs vaccination, and then gave them percentage-wise what we had for tags. So last year it was about 50%. This year I think we'll be closer into the like 80% realm of what veterinarians will receive. If a veterinarian is new to practice in the state of Montana, we've allocated roughly 1,000 tags that they could get to kind of get them started in their trajectory here in the state. So that's how the orange tags would go out. Of those roughly 50,000 white tags, 40,000 of those will go to the livestock markets around the state. That will cover about 50% of the tags that livestock markets use. And then the department's going to hold on to about 10,000 tags just to have an inventory in case of brucellosis disease trace or tuberculosis disease trace, just so that we have some tags on hand kind of for a moment's notice. So that's our plan going forward. If the board wants any input or additional consideration on how we do that, I think otherwise that's how we'll move ahead.
So I assume each vet has the prerogative. Well, I know they have the prerogative, but I assume there's various scenarios depending on the vet, whether or not they charge each producer a portion, knowing that they're not going to get all free tags, or the last guys pay the whole bill, or.
Correct, Mr. Chair. So we certainly can't dictate how veterinarians do their private practice. Our hope is that by having this inventory now before fall vaccination has really started in earnest, that we can communicate to veterinarians, hey, for this 25-26 vaccination season, you'll have roughly 80% of your tags paid for. And the hope is that therefore they can pre-order those additional 20-25% as needed, and then bill accordingly so that hopefully all of their clients would see the same rate for bangs vaccination, and then therefore all get some of the benefit of the no-cost tags.
I guess in the perfect world that would be, but probably we don't have a perfect world. So.
Correct. And then additionally, Mr. Chair, maybe one other quick point is that I think this sets us up really well going forward. Assuming that Montana continues to get 200,000 plus tags allocated to us each year. So that new tag allocation would start October 1. We won't get those until much later into that next fiscal year, because USDA has to put out the bid, the manufacturers have to make the tags, and then they start sending them out. So those tags will come available to us probably towards the end of this winter vaccination season. And so we can just hold those going into next year's vaccination. So we can kind of always just kick our tag allocation forward and then be able to communicate to veterinarians early what we have available to help them out through the fall winter months when the bulk of tags are used.
So are we still getting cooperation from some states that aren't using their full allocation? And are those figured in already, or?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, yes, we are still continuing to seek out additional allocations from other tags that are not using their full allocation. The USDA office in Montana recently received 35,000 tags, I believe is what that was, that came from Georgia, maybe. And the tally for adjacent herds for the Beaverhead County Trace is around 30,000 cattle. So we're holding on to those to get us through that epi investigation for Beaverhead County.
Well, at least we have an option
Yes.
there that's viable. Any other questions on the tags? All right.
Excellent.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Emily Kalzik, Assistant State Veterinarian. I have 2 disease updates for you today. I'll start with highly pathogenic avian influenza. Last week, we had our first detection for this fall risk period or higher risk season. It was in a 5,000 plus bird mixed species flock in north central Montana. We did get the initial results from the National Veterinary Services Laboratory in Iowa that this is H5. It looks like it will probably end up being the D1.1 genotype, but we don't have that final whole genome sequence back yet.
Which means?
So the D1.1 genotype is the one that has been circulating most widely in wild birds recently. It is also the one that we have seen spill over 2 different times into dairy cattle in Nevada and Arizona, and also one that we have seen several human cases, and the human fatality from a backyard bird owner in Louisiana was a D1.1. So it is maybe a little bit, we think it is probably a little bit higher risk for transmission to people and potentially to other species. All of the birds from that flock were depopulated and disposed of last week. Cleaning and disinfection is ongoing for that location. There are other species at that location, including some dairy, and we are doing additional bulk tank surveillance for that dairy. We're continuing weekly for them, whereas most of the state we have gone to the silo samples that are being collected at the processing level instead of the individual premises level. So this is a good reminder for everybody that, high path is still out there this fall, and that as birds start to collect up to migrate, we are likely to see additional cases. North and South Dakota have also both seen cases recently in their commercial poultry flocks.
So is this a flock that has the opportunity to be outside?
These birds were all housed indoors.
They were all housed indoors.
Yes.
So what is our thought on how?
So, Mr. Chairman, board members, as best we can tell, in general, when we see these detections in birds that are housed indoors, when there is enough virus outside in the environment, any gap in biosecurity is an opportunity for that virus to come in, whether it's through ventilation, because none of these barns, have sealed filtration systems for their air, or whether it comes in on someone's shoes or equipment. When there's a high level of virus in the environment, it is so infectious to our domestic poultry that it only takes tiny gaps in biosecurity to get into a flock.
Yeah, it's great.
So I was asked the other day, now, does this, how do I ask this? Every time there's a fly, it's always depopulated. do they die naturally, or is there ever any thought to some immunity building, or that was,
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wickman, right now, because of our international trade agreements, USDA and the US have committed to depopulating domestic commercial poultry flocks to maintain our trade status with international trading partners. So that would be something that would have to change before we could consider going away from depopulation, but it is also very deadly to our domestic birds, and in most cases, there are very few, if any, birds left alive once it's been in a barn for any amount of time.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Richmond, if I can add a little bit to Emily's comments. The rationale behind depopulation is that when birds become infected, they essentially become virus factories. And so by depopulating that flock, you're stopping the production of virus. So you're decreasing the eventual viral load that's on the landscape. If there's fewer virus particles, there's fewer opportunities to spread it to surrounding populations. Additionally, if you've ever been in a barn with sick poultry, they are very sick. And so letting all of the birds die to determine which ones are the survivors is actually probably an animal welfare concern. I know that sentiment has been expressed about, do the survivors have some level of immunity? They probably do. It's just getting there. You have to watch so many birds die. And they are very, very sick. So those are kind of the three reasons: is one, trade; two, the disease spread risk; and then three, the welfare issues associated with it.
so one more quick question. You said a short amount of time, like when it breaks in 3 days, most of them are dead, or is it a week, or?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wichman, in this case, the group of birds that was affected first were all dead in 4 days.
And that was just shy of 1,000 birds.
Okay.
And I was just going to add to Tani's statement earlier to Mr. Wichman's question, that when I've talked to people about that immunity, and as she talked about, she maybe, I don't know, maybe downplayed a little bit, that we also worry about the zoonosis factor with these types of diseases. So when we're talking about that, the fact that we let that virus stay out there, the more likely we end up with mutations that affect us. And everybody here's lived through one pandemic. We don't want to live through another one. So that's something I would always tell people too, is that it may seem harsh, and I do know it affects consumer prices and those types of things, but we have a duty not just to protect the industry, but these folks also have a duty to protect human health from those impacts that might come from the livestock sector as well.
Mr. Chair, so that I've personally, from my standpoint, from the knowledge I have, talking to producers that have it, that's the best decision you could have made. I mean, if you start losing birds and you send a test, and by the time the results get back, they're wiped out. They're gone. It's hot. It's fast. It ages. There's no chance for immunity or.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the second disease update is for equine infectious anemia, EIA. It is not one that we see cases very often in Montana. So as a quick overview, it is a viral infection of horses. There is no vaccination, no treatment. Once they are infected for life, and it is eventually fatal. So options for positive horses are euthanasia or a lifelong quarantine, at least 200 yards from all other equines. It is spread by blood-to-blood contact in its sort of natural transmission. It is biting flies like horseflies, deer flies. We also see iatrogenic or human-caused transmission if anyone uses dirty needles, reuses needles or syringes, sometimes contaminated other equipment that might be contaminated with blood can spread it horse to horse. There are recent detection in Montana We got confirmation from the National Veterinary Services Lab on August 29th for a horse in Musselshell County. We did the regulatory follow-up to confirm that we had the correct animal. That horse has since been euthanized. We are in the process of tracking previous owners and locations where that horse may have lived in Montana. So far, we have tested more than 30 potentially exposed horses in Gallatin, Fergus, and Sweetgrass counties. We have not found any additional positives, but that work is ongoing to find all the exposed horses.
Greg,
What is the, after they're euthanized, what are the rules? Do they have to bury them, incinerate them, or just drag them off, or what's the?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Witchman, typically they're buried. The virus is not very hardy in the environment, and so potentially landfill or other disposal methods would be acceptable as well. But in this case, the horse was buried.
okay. So where's the disease pool?
Mr. Chairman, historically, the disease pools have been groups of relatively isolated horses that are under tested or go long periods of time without any testing. In the last few years, the U.S. has seen increasing numbers of cases in horses that are involved with illegal racing activity and are potentially exposed through doping at racetracks.
So needle to needle or something?
Yeah, needle to needle.
Huh. But there still has to be a pool, the original pool, and then, so
Mr. Chairman, there are Mexico, the disease is endemic in horses in Mexico. And the movement of some of those horses into the US, we think contributes to the ongoing presence of the disease.
Illegal movement.
So I just think about the wild horse population that we have in the United States. And so is there potential risk of getting those populations involved and then getting the spill back?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I can't speak completely for horses that are out on BLM ground. But I believe that when any of those animals are captured, they are tested before they move through the adoption or relocation process. And I feel like we very rarely hear about positives in those horses. So to my knowledge, I don't think that that's a disease reservoir.
Okay. All right. So
that's it.
Well, then I visited with you a little bit, but maybe the rest of the board would like a little more of an update because you said you have 30,000 tags kind of reserved for adjacent herds.
For Beaverhead County.
Yes.
Just a brief update on that disease investigation board. The affected herd, we found a bull, as everybody's aware. The timing of when, and we've spoke a little bit about this before, so I'll try and go quickly. But the timing of when we found them, we have not yet done a herd test on that population of the cow herd because they're in the middle of their breeding season, and I didn't really want to mess that up for them. So when they come off of grass in October, late October and early November is when they will do a herd test. Because the detection was in a bull, and what we know about this herd and the timing of their movements, we think that the risk of there being bull to cow transmission or cows that were exposed kind of at the same time that the bull was, we think that's very low. Our plan is when we test the cow herd, if they are all negative, we intend to petition for that quarantine to be released. And we think that we have support from USDA to do that. There's no reason to do a post-calving test in a herd where there was no intra-herd transmission. If all of those things are true, we would also likely not ask adjacent herds to do the kind of usual mandatory testing. The problem is that we don't know for certain that we won't find it in a cow in October or November. And so what we've done is, through the cooperation of the affected herd, is have notified all of the adjacents, just to give them a heads up that, hey, when your cows go through the chute between now and the end of October, if you don't usually test, this might be the year to do so, so that we're not calling you in December if we hit that worst case scenario. So I think a lot of them already test, and those that don't are opting into. So I don't know if they're the population that's going through the chute just yet, but I think we will see a little bit of an uptick in testing this fall.
So then that's the EID tags. When they're tested, they automatically receive an EID so
Correct.
that they can identify.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
That's all we have, Gordon.
So any other questions or anything?
Welcome back.
Yes.
Yes. We're very happy to have Dr. Kelsick back.
And it's been trial by fire this first week, which is everything happening. Equine diseases, rabies, strangles, like, I mean, you just name it. It was a full first week for Dr. Kalzak.
Well,
And for those board members who, I'm trying to remember who weren't around when, can't remember what year you left to go to USDA now.
2020.
2020. So right before a lot of you got on the board. So not only did Dr. Kalzak have experience of doing program veterinary work and doing the emergency preparedness work and position, but for a brief time, she also served as the EAIO on the meat side, the job that Jay Nelson now has. So she worked in meat and poultry inspection a little bit before she went to USDA for us. So bringing back a lot of good institutional knowledge. So
Absolutely. Excellent.
She's
Thank you.
got an upgraded office.
yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, board.
well, thank
Thank
you.
you.
And you travel safe.
Yes. Sydney bound.
All right.
Yeah. Eastbound and down.
Okay.
And up. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I guess, do we have any,
No public unless
No.
Brian, Greg, or Rick Quarter or whoever CQA005 is want to say something to you. We do not. We don't have anybody else out
we
there.
don't know who's, is that a?
That's a
Yeah.
state. I know
Okay.
that's a state computer. CQA005.
Okay. All right.
I know by that number it's a state computer.
Okay,
One
then, I guess our next two, of course, next board meeting, location, time, well, the date. And, I guess, yesterday, or maybe this morning, I guess it was Alan, actually, we talked a little bit about, the fact that we've moved around the state a little bit here in this last, 2 months, which is, I'm glad that we were able to. We kind of jammed them together, and I don't know if that was the best scenario, but I guess you think about so far we've had one in Lily and Allen's backyard, and we had one as close to Eric as probably we're going to get, and so I think Alan suggested maybe Lewistown to kind of be in your backyard. But then also along that same conversation, we talked about the eggplant in Great Falls and the fact that we have talked a little bit in the past about getting up there to tour that egg facility. So that would be kind of in yours and my backyard.
Yeah.
And and William. So and I don't think I know we don't want to do it here in the near term because we need to get back to Helena and kind of get back into a normal routine. But maybe sometime before summer, sometime, next winter time frame, we could kind of see if there would be a time it would work for everybody to get to Great Falls and have a meeting there and then also get to tour that egg facility.
Mr. Chair, I can find out more information. I've actually have talked to them about it, and they're actually very excited about it. So they're more than willing to accommodate us.
Just thinking about any business that we would have anything to do with any control or anything, I would think I'll bet most packing places that, would love to have the opportunity to show what they do and how they fit into the programs that we have, whatever. And lead and get our ear to maybe offer suggestions for improvements. So, but we don't need to worry about that. I guess we need to look at the date, and I assume that Miss Donna sent us all a calendar again. She's very, she had a nice packet sitting in front of me that had everything we needed. So, September.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking just
October,
from a staff perspective, last week of October, if not last week of October, then you're probably into the third week of November, because you'll want to avoid both Ag Appreciation Week and the, I can't remember what dates Farm Bureau Conference are, but they're in November.
So, and then you get into Thanksgiving the last week.
Then you're probably into Thanksgiving week,
Yeah. So William.
I'm completely swamped in October. If I will attend, it'll be virtual. I know that now by now. I've got a lot of things going on.
Well, and we appreciate that. And I guess that's the one advantage we have with the virtual option is that I don't think it's as good as being here by any means, but it is an option. And I just think that maybe we need to look at October though, even though, it may not fit for you because Thanksgiving or November is going to be.
So one thing I want to say is October, the last week of October, we're having an open house for the Boris stud. The way it's looking now, it'll be October 28th. It's not set in stone, but it's kind of what it looks like. 27 or 28. I'm thinking it'll be the 28th. So if you guys want to show up, everybody's sure more than welcome. I'll get an invitation out once it's printed and official.
Well, there you go. So maybe that would be an opportunity to kind of combine and move our meeting to Great Falls and.
I would say we are not wanting to do a road meeting for the next meeting. I want to put that out there fast.
October, Jake's gonna be filling his lawn for
Yeah.
all
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
shipping,
if you.
shipping cattle, how much is he gonna be doing?
Yeah.
He's full of hell of a pile this year.
So.
The 23rd of October.
So Ag Appreciation is which?
That is that's the week of the 10th. I don't know what everybody else's schedule is. I'm not busy with it till late in the week, but I don't know, Greg, you're probably still on some
Ag
committees and
Appreciation
stuff,
is when?
It's
November 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Am I on the wrong week?
But I am at
Yes,
National
I'm
Milk.
looking, yes. And then you said Farm Bureau is the 17th.
Yep.
So that week of the 10th, let's see, there was some reason I had that blocked off. Oh,
Maybe you're going to National Milk with me in Dallas.
We talking November or
November.
So. There is a holiday in there somewhere. I can't remember how. I can't remember if Veterans Day is on the actual day or if it's on the Monday. It's on the actual day. So it's the 11th. So the 11th is a state holiday of November.
But Ag Appreciation is the 6th.
6th, 7th.
Of that.
Yeah, it's really all
first week of November.
Right?
It's not in October.
6th, 7th, 8th.
If I want to, it's usually the last 3 days.
So the last week of October.
Yeah,
I'm busy at the 30th and 31st.
Okay, so the 29th,
Yeah.
a Wednesday.
That works for me.
And maybe that gives Jake time enough to adjust his schedule if it's an option. So you want to tentatively, because we have 2 board members that
Yeah,
aren't here to even weigh in at all.
And that's gonna be the day after your thing, so. Yeah, we can put it down tentatively just for now, that's when we'll shoot for, and then if we have to adjust, we can adjust.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I mean, I was talking with staff earlier about what type of actions like during this time of year. It just so you know, it's because of the schedule of most of our board members, it's not atypical for us to stretch out at this time of year. And we don't typically have a lot of action items. I think Lindsay was talking about, we've got the some rules out there that if we got public comment on, we might have, but we could always deal with those as a one agenda item, virtual meeting if we had to. So if we ended up, I mean, we like typically we haven't met in September or October in some years. So if we get stretched out to November or even later, if we don't have any action items, there's really not a whole lot of pressure on us to meet unless something comes up between now and then. Thankfully, with the board allowing us to just rehire positions that already exist, that doesn't put the pressure on us. If somebody leaves, we can still move on. So,
And then that's Farm Bureau.
Which week's Farm Bureau?
The 17th.
Yeah.
the
I
18th.
knew they
Does it
were in
start on
November.
Monday then?
I believe so. I only have it in because Lauren's in the ACE program and she has to be there on Sunday. But I have a feeling it starts on the 17th and then goes to the 20th or 19th.
That sounds about right.
We got our check. I think yesterday, the day before yesterday, because I left for last year's
Oh, really?
compensation for from local, because I was a delegate or something.
Yeah.
And so
That's
I thought,
funny.
well, that's timely.
Yeah, right.
So okay, you want to. So that week, it'd have to be the end of the week then of that.
If we do November.
Yeah, we would. That would say the week of the 20th.
Yeah, it'd have to be like the 20th, probably.
20th.
21st.
You skip October.
No, November.
November.
Yeah, but skip
Yeah,
October.
but then skip
Yeah,
October.
so
Skip
I'm-
October. Yeah.
November, I'm busy the 21st to the 23rd, that whole, it's 3 days.
So the
So
20th.
would you be available
I'll
the
be out
20th
of
then?
state. I got some conventions or some meetings to go to in Idaho, so
So you driving or flying or
driving.
so would
You
the
left the day
20th in
early on the
Helena
20th.
get you on your way to Idaho then, or would that be too much of a stretch?
It might. I'll have to check with my co-pilot. She's the one that gets stressed out if we're not traveling, leaving enough time.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm asking whether or not that would.
Yeah, I'll see. I don't remember if, it seems like it's their afternoon on the 21st, and so that probably, if we did it on the 20th, that would still give us enough time.
What part of Idaho you have to get to?
Yeah, the Farm Bureau is 17th to the 20th.
Okay.
Through the 20th.
Mhm.
So the 20th would be a still Farm Bureau. So, well, then that's not an option either. So November pretty much is out of the question, it looks like. That fair
Yeah.
statement?
So we can probably try to meet
Unless you.
with
that's
who's
what-
available back on that 29th date. And if we don't have everybody, we don't have everybody.
29th, and skip November.
And if we come up on the 29th, then there's really no agenda items. I might reach out to you guys and say, if you want to
Go to December.
go to December, we can do that.
What
If we don't have a meeting.
or what about the first of the week, like the 3rd or 4th of November? 4th is what? Election day,
Tuesday.
but I don't know.
It's pig butcher day for me, you know that.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's pig butcher day for me, you know that.
Well, it depended on the reason why we kind of, let's see if I'm on the right thing here.
On 3rd or 4th?
Invite everybody in.
First two
First
Tuesdays of every November.
Tuesday, so,
Yeah.
but Monday, the 3rd?
Yeah. Monday, yeah, I don't like doing, I would just say I don't like to do meetings on a Monday just because
Let's,
that
let's
forces
go,
Donna
let's
to come in to
tentatively
work on a
schedule the
Sunday.
29th
Yeah.
of October. And if it's not gonna work or we don't see the need, we'll we'll probably move it clear into December. And it'll be the second week of the December at the earliest, because I'm gonna be gone the first week.
Well, Tennessee, we're gonna have a busy cruise.
So you guys stalled or?
Okay, the 29th of October. Is there any other business that needs to come before this board? All right, hearing none, meeting's adjourned.